Hey, good to have you here tonight. Before we get into the story, I was reading through the comments again, and it's still amazing to me that people from so many different places end up here for the same reason, to slow down for a while and listen to a good story. Whether you've been here since the early episodes or you just found the channel recently, I'm genuinely glad you're here. Tonight's story is a real, true crime case. I'll take it step by step, keeping things steady and easy to follow, so you can just settle in and listen. And if these episodes have become part of your evenings, consider subscribing and joining us for the next one. It's always nice seeing familiar names return. All right, this is episode 161. Let's begin. The case did not begin with a missing person report, a frantic emergency call, or flashing police lights cutting through the darkness. It began with a house that seemed frozen in time. People who knew 54-year-old Richard Beasley often joked that he lived like a man who had quietly stepped out of the modern world. His home sat at the end of a narrow road surrounded by dense trees in northern Michigan, far enough from town that passing traffic was rare. He worked as a cabinet maker, spent his evenings reading or listening to baseball games on the radio, and rarely traveled farther than necessary. His routines were so consistent that neighbors could almost predict when his kitchen light would switch on each morning and when it would go dark at night. That consistency was exactly what made the silence feel wrong. It started subtly. A neighbor noticed Richard's truck hadn't moved in several days. Then another realized the curtains in the front room remained closed. A week passed without anyone seeing him collecting mail or walking to the small workshop behind his house. Normally, those observations would mean very little. People become sick. They visit relatives. They simply stay indoors. But Richard had spent nearly 20 years living in the same place, and he had never vanished from his routines before. When a relative finally drove out to check on him, the property appeared completely ordinary. The truck sat in its usual place. Nothing looked damaged. Nothing suggested a struggle. Yet the moment they stepped inside, an uncomfortable feeling settled over the house. A coffee mug rested on the kitchen table beside an open newspaper. Reading glasses sat nearby. A radio remained plugged in beside a recliner. Everything looked as though Richard intended to return in a few minutes. But he never had. The search began quietly. Local deputies treated the situation as a missing person case and started with the obvious questions. Had Richard mentioned travel plans? Was he experiencing financial trouble? Had he recently argued with anyone? Family members answered no again and again. The deeper investigators looked into his life, the less sense the disappearance made. His bank accounts remained untouched. His phone showed no unusual activity. There were no signs that he packed belongings or prepared to leave. Weeks passed. The house remained empty. Summer slowly shifted toward autumn. Public attention faded, as it often does when a case produces no dramatic developments. Then a detective reviewing Richard's phone records noticed something that initially seemed insignificant. During the months before his disappearance, Richard had exchanged dozens of calls with a man named Daniel Mercer. The name meant nothing to investigators at first. Mercer did not live nearby. He was not family. He was not a business partner. Yet the communication between them had increased steadily leading up to the disappearance. When detectives finally tracked Mercer down, they learned he operated a small equipment resale business several counties away. According to him, he and Richard occasionally discussed woodworking machinery and tools. The explanation sounded reasonable enough, at least initially. The more investigators examined the relationship, the stranger it became. Witnesses recalled seeing Mercer at Richard's property multiple times. Financial records revealed conversations involving a substantial amount of money tied to specialized woodworking equipment. Detectives eventually uncovered evidence suggesting Richard planned to sell several valuable machines worth tens of thousands of dollars. Then another detail surfaced. Mercer was heavily in debt. Friends described him as increasingly desperate during the period leading up to Richard's disappearance. Business loans were overdue. Creditors were calling constantly. The pressure appeared to be mounting from every direction. Still, suspicion alone was not evidence. The case might have remained stalled if not for an unexpected discovery nearly a year later. A logging crew working deep inside a remote section of forest noticed what appeared to be old fabric partially exposed by erosion along a steep embankment. When authorities investigated, they discovered human remains concealed beneath soil and fallen leaves. The remains belonged to Richard. For investigators who had spent months searching for answers, the discovery provided both relief and heartbreak. Richard had finally been found, but the outcome was not the one his family had hoped for. The medical examiner determined he had been killed shortly after disappearing. From there, the investigation accelerated. Digital records, witness testimony, vehicle movements, and financial evidence gradually painted a picture of what prosecutors later argued had happened. According to their theory, Richard and Mercer arranged a meeting connected to the equipment sale. Somewhere during that meeting, a dispute erupted over money. What should have been a routine business transaction turned into violence. Afterward, Mercer allegedly transported Richard's body to the remote forest, believing the isolation would prevent discovery. For a long time, that assumption appeared correct. The forest concealed its secrets well. The trial drew significant attention throughout the region because the case highlighted how ordinary circumstances can hide extraordinary crimes. Jurors heard about financial pressures, the timeline of communications, and the evidence recovered during the investigation. They listened as detectives described how a man could seemingly vanish without a trace while his daily life remained preserved exactly where he left it. When the verdict finally arrived, many people focused on a legal outcome. But those closest to Richard often remembered something much simpler. They remember the house, the coffee mug on the table, the newspaper waiting to be finished, the reading glasses resting exactly where he left them. Small details that remained untouched for months, quietly marking the place where an ordinary day ended and a mystery began. And perhaps that is what makes cases like Richard's linger in people's minds long after they are solved. Not the courtroom proceedings or the headlines, but the realization that life can change in a single afternoon while everything else remains exactly the same, waiting for someone who is never coming home. Next story. The road wound through miles of farmland before finally disappearing into a patchwork of woods and open fields. People who lived nearby often described it as the kind of place where very little changed from one year to the next. Generations of families farmed the same land, attended the same churches, and knew one another well enough that strangers rarely went unnoticed. It was quiet country, the sort of place where front doors were often left unlocked, and neighbors could recognize a vehicle simply by the sound of its engine approaching from a distance. That sense of familiarity was one reason the disappearance of 49-year-old Charles Whitmore unsettled the community so deeply. Charles had lived in the area his entire life. He operated a small grain hauling business and spent most days traveling between farms, elevators, and processing facilities. The work was demanding but predictable. Farmers relied on him because he was dependable. If Charles said he would arrive at a certain time, he arrived. If he promised to deliver a load, it was delivered. His reputation had been built over decades, and in a rural community, that reputation meant everything. On a cool evening in late September, Charles finished work and headed toward home. Several people saw him throughout the afternoon. A farmer remembered discussing crop yields with him. A gas station clerk recalled selling him coffee and a sandwich. Another driver waved as their trucks passed on a county road shortly before sunset. None of those interactions seemed remarkable at the time. The next morning, however, Charles failed to appear for a scheduled delivery. At first, people assumed a mechanical problem had delayed him. Trucks break down, tires fail, equipment malfunctions. But as the hours passed, concern began to spread. Calls to his phone went unanswered. Family members could not reach him. By evening, deputies were notified. The search began with his truck. Investigators eventually located it parked beside an abandoned storage building nearly 20 miles from his normal route. The discovery immediately raised questions. The location made no practical sense. Charles had no business there. Even more unusual, the truck showed no obvious signs of theft. His wallet remained inside. Work documents sat neatly on the passenger seat. A jacket hung behind the driver's seat exactly where he normally kept it. The scene felt incomplete. It looked less like a man had vanished and more like a story that had suddenly stopped in the middle of a sentence. As detectives started examining Charles's life, they found very little that suggested danger. He was financially stable. He had no significant criminal history. Friends described him as well-liked. Yet one area drew increasing attention. Several months before his disappearance, Charles became involved in a business disagreement with another trucking operator named Ronald Hayes. The dispute centered on contracts, equipment ownership, and money. Witnesses described arguments that grew increasingly bitter over time. What began as professional competition gradually evolved into personal hostility. Still, disagreements happen every day. Investigators needed more than conflict. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A local mechanic remembered repairing a vehicle belonging to Hayes shortly after Charles vanished. During the repair, he noticed unusual damage in the truck bed and remembered seeing what appeared to be fresh cleaning supplies scattered throughout the vehicle. The observation meant little at the time, but after learning about the investigation, he contacted authorities. Forensic testing later revealed traces of Charles's blood. The discovery transformed the case. Search efforts intensified across rural areas connected to Hayes. Fields were searched. Ponds were examined. Wooded properties were surveyed. Weeks passed with little progress until a hunter exploring private land several counties away noticed disturbed ground near a stand of trees overlooking a creek. Authorities excavated the site. There, hidden beneath soil and fallen leaves, they found Charles Whitmore. The discovery brought answers, but it also brought difficult questions about how such a crime could occur within a community where everyone seemed to know one another. During the investigation that followed, prosecutors argued that the conflict between the two men had grown far beyond a simple business disagreement. Financial pressure, resentment, and personal anger combined into something far more dangerous. According to the evidence presented at trial, a meeting intended to address their dispute instead became the final encounter of Charles's life. Witness testimony, forensic evidence, financial records, and digital data gradually allowed investigators to reconstruct the events leading up to the crime. Piece by piece, a clearer picture emerged. What had once appeared to be a baffling disappearance became a solvable homicide case built on months of careful investigative work. The trial lasted several weeks. Family members attended nearly every day. Friends filled courtroom benches. Jurors listened to testimony describing the lives of both men and the chain of events that ultimately connected them. When the verdict finally arrived, many people in the community felt a mixture of relief and sadness. Relief that the mystery had been solved. Sadness because the outcome could never restore what had been lost. Years later, residents still remembered Charles not as the subject of a criminal investigation, but as the man who spent his life driving the back roads between farms, helping local families move their harvest from one season to the next. They remembered his laugh, his reliability, and the familiar sight of his truck appearing over a distant hill. And perhaps that is what lingered longest after the headlines disappeared. Not the details of the courtroom or the evidence presented during trial, but the memory of an ordinary man whose daily routine seemed so predictable, so deeply woven into the life of the community, that people assumed it would continue forever, until one evening it suddenly ended. Next story. The first sign that something was wrong appeared on a voicemail nobody listened to for 3 days. The message sat unnoticed in a crowded inbox belonging to a small accounting office in western Pennsylvania. It was from a client named Robert Hensley, a 52-year-old owner of a successful landscaping company. His voice sounded normal, calm, unhurried. He simply said he needed to discuss some paperwork regarding taxes and would stop by later in the week. Nothing about the message suggested it would become important. In fact, had someone listened to it immediately, they probably would have forgotten it within minutes. But after Robert disappeared, investigators would replay those 30 seconds repeatedly, searching for clues hidden inside what sounded like an ordinary conversation. Robert lived alone in a 2-story brick house at the edge of town. His business had grown steadily over the years, allowing him a comfortable life. Friends described him as practical, hardworking, and cautious. He He wasn't the type of person who took unnecessary risks. His routine rarely changed. During the spring and summer, he left home before sunrise and spent most of the day overseeing landscaping crews. In the evenings, he often stopped at the same diner for dinner before heading home. When he failed to show up for work one Monday morning, employees assumed he was handling paperwork somewhere. By the afternoon, they started making calls. His phone rang unanswered. Text messages went unread. Family members could not reach him either. The concern grew quickly because disappearing without explanation simply wasn't something Robert did. Police conducted a welfare check at his home later that evening. At first glance, everything seemed normal. His pickup truck sat in the driveway. His wallet rested on a table near the front door. A television was still plugged in and quietly playing a sports channel. Inside the kitchen, investigators found groceries that appeared recently purchased. Milk sat in the refrigerator. Fresh vegetables remained on the counter. It looked as though Robert had planned to continue his week exactly as usual. Yet there was no sign of him. Detectives began examining the final days before his disappearance. They reviewed financial records, phone logs, and security footage from businesses he frequently visited. Most of it painted a picture of an ordinary life moving along familiar tracks. Then they discovered a dispute. Several months earlier, Robert had entered into a partnership with another local businessman named Stephen Clark. The arrangement involved expanding portions of the landscaping company into commercial property maintenance. Initially, the partnership appeared promising, but according to friends and employees, disagreements began surfacing almost immediately. Money was at the center of most arguments. Invoices, equipment purchases, contract payments. The conflicts became increasingly serious as months passed. Detectives interviewed Clark, who admitted there had been business disagreements but denied any involvement in Robert's disappearance. He claimed they had not spoken for several days before Robert vanished. Phone records told a different story. The two men exchanged multiple calls during the 24 hours leading up to the disappearance. One conversation lasted nearly an hour. Investigators dug deeper. Bank records revealed significant financial pressure on Clark's business. Debts were accumulating. Loans were overdue. Several projects had failed to generate expected profits. Prosecutors would later argue that the partnership had become a source of growing desperation. Despite mounting suspicion, detectives still lacked direct evidence. Weeks passed. Searches expanded into nearby forests, rivers, and abandoned industrial properties. Volunteers joined organized efforts. News stations covered the story extensively. Tips arrived daily. Most led nowhere. Then an unexpected break occurred. A construction crew working on a rural access road reported a strong odor coming from a wooded area beyond a drainage ditch. Officers responded and discovered human remains concealed beneath brush and debris. The remains belonged to Robert Hensley. The discovery transformed the investigation. Forensic evidence indicated he had been killed shortly after his disappearance. Detectives returned their attention to Clark, examining his movements in greater detail. GPS records recovered from a company vehicle placed him near the remote location where Robert was found. Additional forensic testing uncovered traces of Robert's DNA inside equipment linked to Clark. According to prosecutors, a meeting intended to address business conflicts escalated into violence. What began as an argument over finances ended in murder. Believing he could conceal both the crime and its motive, Clark allegedly transported the body to the remote location and attempted to continue his life as though nothing had happened. The plan unraveled slowly, one small detail at a time. A phone call, a vehicle record, a financial document, a witness statement. By the time the case reached trial, investigators had assembled a detailed timeline showing how the final days of the partnership spiraled toward tragedy. Jurors listened to weeks of testimony describing the business relationship, the financial pressures, and the evidence connecting Clark to the crime. The defense challenged portions of the investigation, but prosecutors argued that the totality of evidence pointed clearly in one direction. After deliberations concluded, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Years later, people in the community still remembered Robert not because of the headlines surrounding the case, but because of the ordinary life he had built. He was the man who remembered employees' birthdays, who stopped to help motorists stranded on rural roads, and who spent decades growing a business from a single truck into a respected company. And in the end, investigators often reflected on how the case began with something so ordinary that nobody paid attention to it at first. A voicemail sitting unheard in an inbox, waiting quietly while a mystery unfolded around it. Sometimes the smallest details are not dramatic clues at all. Sometimes they are simply the last trace of a person's normal life before everything changes. Next story. The diner stayed open 24 hours a day, which meant there was always someone there to notice when a regular customer failed to appear. For more than 12 years, 57-year-old Leonard Brooks stopped by almost every morning shortly after 5 o'clock. He would sit in the same booth near the window, order coffee before breakfast, read part of the newspaper, and exchange a few words with the overnight staff before heading to work. The routine became so familiar that employees rarely needed to ask what he wanted. They simply started preparing it when they saw his pickup truck pull into the parking lot. Then, one Tuesday morning, the truck never arrived. At first, nobody thought much about it. People get sick. Sometimes they oversleep. Sometimes life interrupts routines. But when Wednesday came and Leonard still hadn't appeared, one waitress mentioned it to another. By Friday, several employees were talking about it. The feeling that something was wrong grew because Leonard was not merely a customer. Over the years, he had become part of the background rhythm of the place. He remembered birthdays, asked about people's children, helped jumpstart a cook's car one winter when temperatures dropped below freezing. When someone like that suddenly vanished, people noticed. Leonard lived alone outside a small town in Tennessee. After serving in the military decades earlier, he spent most of his working life repairing heavy equipment for construction companies. He was known as reliable, practical, and extremely predictable. Friends often joked that if Leonard changed plans, it was probably because the world itself had changed first. When family members failed to reach him, deputies conducted a welfare check. His property appeared undisturbed. The truck sat parked beside the house. Lights were off. The front door was locked. Inside, investigators found signs that Leonard had been home recently. A load of laundry remained unfinished. A sandwich sat wrapped inside the refrigerator. Tools rested on a workbench in the garage, exactly where he had left them. Yet Leonard was gone. Nothing suggested he packed for a trip. Nothing suggested he intended to disappear. The investigation initially moved slowly. Detectives reviewed financial records, phone activity, and recent contacts. The deeper they looked, the more unusual the situation became. Leonard's bank accounts remained untouched. His credit cards had not been used. His phone stopped generating activity on a Sunday evening. Then investigators discovered something unexpected. Several months earlier, Leonard had agreed to sell a parcel of land he owned near future commercial development. The property itself was not enormous, but its value had increased significantly due to planned construction in the area. The sale attracted attention, including attention from people who desperately needed money. One name surfaced repeatedly during interviews: Travis Morgan. Morgan was a local businessman who had unsuccessfully attempted to purchase the same land. Witnesses described him as increasingly frustrated after negotiations collapsed. Several people recalled heated discussions between the two men. Still, arguments alone did not prove anything. Detectives interviewed Morgan, who denied involvement and claimed he had not spoken with Leonard for weeks. The statement soon became a problem. Phone records showed multiple calls between them shortly before Leonard disappeared. Surveillance footage from a convenience store also captured Morgan's vehicle traveling toward Leonard's rural road on the evening detectives believed Leonard was last alive. The case gained momentum. Search warrants uncovered additional evidence. Investigators found traces of Leonard's blood in the bed of a trailer connected to Morgan's business. Forensic testing later confirmed the match. Even then, one critical piece remained missing: Leonard himself. Weeks turned into months. Search teams covered fields, ponds, wooded hillsides, and abandoned structures throughout the region. Volunteers joined efforts. Local news stations followed every development. Yet no sign of Leonard emerged. Then, during the early spring, A survey crew working near an overgrown access road noticed disturbed ground in a remote wooded area. Authorities were called. What they discovered ended months of uncertainty. Human remains buried beneath several feet of soil were identified as Leonard Brooks. According to prosecutors, financial pressure and resentment over the failed land deal motivated the crime. Investigators alleged that a meeting between the two men escalated into violence, after which Morgan attempted to conceal both the crime and the body. At trial, jurors heard testimony from forensic experts, witnesses, investigators, and people who knew both men. The prosecution carefully assembled a timeline using phone records, surveillance footage, financial documents, and physical evidence recovered during the investigation. The defense challenged portions of the case, arguing that much of the evidence was circumstantial. But prosecutors emphasized how each piece connected to the next, forming a picture that became increasingly difficult to dismiss. After deliberating, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Years later, people in the town still remembered Leonard's absence more than anything else. They remembered walking into the diner and seeing the booth empty. They remembered how a routine that had lasted more than a decade suddenly stopped. Investigators often reflected on that detail as well. Not every case begins with a dramatic moment. Sometimes it begins with a chair that remains empty, a cup of coffee that never gets ordered, a familiar face that simply fails to arrive one morning. And from those small absences, a much larger story slowly emerges. Next story. Rain had been falling for so long that people in the small Oregon town of Silver Creek stopped talking about it. The streets stayed wet, gutters overflowed, and a gray mist hung over the river that cut through town. It was the kind of weather that blurred details and made ordinary things seem slightly distant, which is perhaps why nobody paid much attention when the lights in the old Victorian house on Willow Street stopped coming on at night. 58-year-old Eleanor Ward lived there alone after her husband died several years earlier. She was a retired music teacher known for two things: the roses she grew behind the house and the fact that she never missed her Saturday morning choir rehearsal. When she failed to appear one weekend, choir members assumed she was sick. When she missed the following week as well, concern turned into something heavier. A neighbor finally called the police after noticing newspapers piling up on the porch and mail sticking halfway out of the mailbox. Officers arrived expecting a welfare check. The front door was locked, the windows intact, and nothing about the house suggested an emergency. Inside, however, they found a scene that felt strangely unfinished. A kettle sat cold on the stove. Reading glasses rested beside an open crossword puzzle. One lamp remained switched on in the living room, casting a yellow glow across furniture covered in dust from several weeks of neglect. It looked as though Eleanor had been in the middle of an ordinary evening when something interrupted it. She was nowhere in the house. The investigation began as a missing person case. Family members confirmed that Eleanor had not contacted anyone in weeks. Her bank accounts showed no activity after the day she disappeared. Her car remained parked in the garage. Detectives found no evidence that she packed luggage or made travel plans. Everything pointed to someone who expected to return home. Then forensic technicians noticed a faint stain on the hardwood floor near the dining room doorway. Chemical testing revealed blood that had been partially cleaned. Additional traces appeared along the hallway leading toward the back entrance. Someone had spent time trying to remove evidence. The case changed immediately. Detectives focused on people connected to Eleanor's daily life. One name surfaced repeatedly: Thomas Reeves, a local handyman who had worked on the house several times during the previous year. Reeves was 45 years old, lived alone outside town, and had a reputation for doing odd jobs for elderly residents. Neighbors remembered seeing his truck parked outside Eleanor's home frequently. When investigators interviewed him, Reeves said he last saw Eleanor weeks before she vanished. He claimed he had completed some repair work and moved on to other jobs. At first, nothing directly contradicted his story. Then detectives reviewed surveillance footage from a nearby gas station. The video showed Reeves purchasing fuel late at night on the exact evening Eleanor was last seen alive. More importantly, his truck appeared to be carrying something large beneath a tarp in the bed. Search warrants followed. At Reeves's property, investigators discovered cleaning supplies, recently burned clothing fragments, and traces of blood in the back of his truck. Laboratory testing later matched the blood to Eleanor. Even with that evidence, one crucial piece remained missing. Eleanor's body had not been found. Search teams spent weeks combing forests, riverbanks, abandoned structures, and remote logging roads throughout the county. The breakthrough came when a hunter noticed disturbed earth near an old quarry several miles from town. Investigators excavated the area and discovered human remains buried beneath rocks and soil. The remains were identified as Eleanor Ward. According to prosecutors, the crime began during a dispute over money. Eleanor had reportedly become suspicious about repair bills and missing valuables from her home. Investigators believed she confronted Reeves during a visit to the house. The argument escalated into violence, and Reeves killed her before attempting to clean the scene and conceal the body. At trial, jurors heard testimony from forensic experts, neighbors, financial investigators, and detectives who reconstructed Eleanor's final days. The prosecution relied heavily on the blood evidence, surveillance footage, and the timeline connecting Reeves to the house on the night of the murder. The defense argued the evidence was circumstantial and suggested others had access to the property. But after deliberating for several hours, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Years later, people in Silver Creek still remembered the quiet music teacher whose roses once brightened Willow Street. Investigators often reflected on how the case began not with a dramatic emergency call, but with small absences accumulating over time. Missed choir rehearsals, unopened mail, dark windows, and a house that seemed to be waiting for someone who would never return. Next story. On a cold evening in February 1994, the quiet coastal city of Gloucester, Massachusetts, was settling into the slow rhythm of winter when 25-year-old Marian Lenehan left her home to meet someone she had spoken to earlier that day. Mary was a young mother with a small daughter, known by friends and neighbors as responsible, hardworking, and deeply devoted to her child. She had recently been trying to rebuild parts of her life, balancing work, family, and the challenges of raising a child on her own. When she left home that evening, she told people close to her that she would not be gone long. She had arranged to meet someone who had expressed interest in buying a car she had advertised for sale. It seemed like an ordinary transaction, the kind that happens every day when strangers connect through a classified advertisement. Yet that meeting would become the last confirmed moment anyone saw her alive. When Mary failed to return home, concern grew quickly. Family members tried calling friends and places she might have gone, but no one had heard from her. By the following day, the situation had become serious enough that police were contacted, and investigators began to piece together the events leading up to her disappearance. They learned that Mary had received a phone call from a man who claimed he wanted to purchase her vehicle. During the conversation, he asked several questions about the car and suggested meeting in person to discuss the sale. According to phone records and witness statements, the man had arranged to meet her later that evening in a nearby area. After that conversation, Mary prepared to leave, expecting a routine exchange that would likely take less than an hour. She drove away from her home and disappeared into the winter darkness. Investigators began their search by retracing Mary's movements and identifying the person who had called about the car. Phone records became the first major clue. The number used to contact her was traced to a man named John Burbine, a local resident who lived only a short distance away. Burbine was not initially known to police as a violent criminal. On the surface, he appeared to live a relatively ordinary life, though neighbors later described him as quiet and somewhat withdrawn. Detectives decided to question him about the phone call and the planned meeting with Mary Ann. When officers first approached him, Burbine acknowledged that he had contacted her about the car, but claimed that he had changed his mind and never actually met her. According to his explanation, he had simply decided not to pursue the purchase. The explanation raised immediate suspicions. Phone records confirmed that Burbine had indeed spoken with Mary shortly before she disappeared, and the timing of the call suggested that the meeting had been arranged very specifically. Investigators also discovered that the number he used was linked directly to his home. When detectives examined his timeline for the evening, several inconsistencies appeared. Burbine claimed he had been at home during the time Marion vanished, yet he could not provide any witnesses who could confirm his whereabouts. The inconsistencies were enough to justify deeper investigation, and police obtained a warrant to search his property. What investigators discovered inside Burbine's home began to reveal the truth about what had happened that night. Evidence suggested that Marion had indeed come to the house after responding to the offer to purchase her car. Signs of a violent struggle were found inside the residence, along with physical evidence linking her to the location. Forensic technicians collected fibers, blood traces, and other materials that would later play an important role in reconstructing the crime. The evidence indicated that the meeting had not been a legitimate car sale, but rather a carefully planned trap designed to bring Mary into the house alone. As detectives continued their work, they began to uncover disturbing details about Burbine's actions leading up to the crime. He had intentionally searched classified listings for items being sold by women, using those advertisements as a way to make contact and arrange meetings. The pattern suggested that Marion had been specifically targeted because she appeared vulnerable and willing to meet a potential buyer in person. The strategy allowed him to lure victims into situations where he could isolate them without raising immediate suspicion. Investigators realized that the crime was not impulsive but calculated, the result of deliberate planning and manipulation. Confronted with the growing evidence against him, Burbine's story began to collapse. During further questioning, he eventually admitted that Marion had come to his home that evening. According to his confession, the meeting quickly turned violent. The details of what happened inside the house revealed the extent of the brutality involved, though investigators focused primarily on building a clear timeline and gathering the evidence necessary for prosecution. After the attack, Burbine attempted to conceal the crime by disposing of Marion's body and eliminating traces that might connect him to the murder. The investigation eventually led police to the location where he had hidden her remains. The discovery confirmed what detectives had suspected from the beginning of the case. Marion had been murdered shortly after arriving at his home. The recovery of her body provided crucial forensic evidence that strengthened the prosecution's case and allowed investigators to present a complete account of the events that had taken place that winter night. When the case went to trial, prosecutors presented a detailed narrative supported by physical evidence, phone records, and Burbine's own admissions. They explained how he had used the car advertisement as a way to initiate contact and create the opportunity for the crime. Witnesses testified about Marion's plans that evening, confirming that she had left home expecting a legitimate meeting. Forensic experts described the evidence recovered from the house and the location where her body was found, demonstrating how the investigation had linked Burbine directly to the murder. The defense attempted to challenge aspects of the timeline and suggested alternative interpretations of certain pieces of evidence. But the prosecution's case was strong and carefully constructed. Jurors heard how the phone call had led Marion directly to the person responsible for her death, and how the forensic evidence connected the crime scene to Burbine's home. After reviewing the evidence and testimony, the jury found him guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison, ensuring that he would never again be able to harm anyone in the community. For Marion's family, the trial brought a measure of justice, but could never undo the loss they had suffered. Her daughter would grow up without her mother, and the community of Gloucester would carry the memory of a crime that shattered the sense of safety people had long taken for granted. The case became a sobering reminder of how easily ordinary situations can be manipulated by those with violent intentions. A simple classified advertisement, something meant to connect buyers and sellers, had been turned into a tool for deception and harm. The investigation also highlighted the importance of careful detective work and the role of forensic evidence in uncovering the truth. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a case that unfolded in the small city of Drammen, Norway, a place known more for its river views and quiet neighborhoods than for violent crime. Norway consistently ranks among the safest countries in the world, and in the late 1990s, serious violence was rare enough that a single homicide could dominate national headlines. That is why, when a young woman named Tina Jorgensen vanished in September 2000, the disappearance unsettled not just her family, but an entire community. Tina Jorgensen was 20 years old. She worked at a local nursing home and was described as responsible, warm, and dependable. She lived at home with her parents and maintained close relationships with friends. On the evening of September 24th, 2000, she went out to a nightclub in Drummond. It was an ordinary night out. She met friends, socialized, and later left the club shortly before closing time in the early hours of September 25th. She never made it home. When Tina failed to return, her family became concerned quickly. This was out of character. She did not disappear without contact. Police were notified, and a missing persons investigation began. Officers retraced her last known movements. Witnesses confirmed she had left the nightclub. Some believed she had been seen walking in the direction of the river that runs through the city. Days passed with no sign of her. Then, weeks later, a fisherman made a discovery in the Drummond River. Tina's body had been submerged in the water. She had been bound and weighted down. The case immediately shifted from a disappearance to a homicide investigation. Norwegian police began an intensive inquiry. They canvassed the nightclub, interviewed staff and patrons, and reconstructed Tina's final hours. One name began to surface repeatedly, a man named Stig Millihagen. Millihagen had a criminal history. He was known to police for prior violent offenses and had been present in the nightclub that same evening. Witnesses placed him in proximity to Tina. Surveillance and witness timelines indicated their paths may have crossed. Investigators questioned him. He denied involvement. The case moved forward slowly. Forensic evidence was limited. The river had damaged potential trace materials. There were no clear eyewitnesses to an abduction. The prosecution relied heavily on circumstantial evidence and witness accounts. In 2002, Stig Millihagen was convicted of Tina Jorgensen's murder and sentenced to 17 years in prison, the maximum fixed-term sentence available in Norway at that time. However, the legal story did not end there. Millihagen appealed. In 2003, Norway's Supreme Court overturned the conviction due to concerns about the handling of evidence and aspects of the trial. The case was retried. In 2004, he was acquitted. The acquittal shocked Tina's family and divided public opinion. Some believed justice had failed. Others pointed to the principle that conviction requires proof beyond reasonable doubt, and the appellate court determined that standard had not been met. Years passed. Millihagen remained a figure known to Norwegian authorities. In 2009, he was convicted of another murder, unrelated to Tina's case, and sentenced to preventive detention, a form of incarceration in Norway that could be extended indefinitely if a person is considered dangerous. Despite his later conviction for a different killing, he has never been reconvicted for Tina Jorgensen's death. The case remains officially unsolved. What makes this story particularly significant in Norway is how rare such crimes are, and how deeply they affect public trust in safety and justice. Tina's disappearance and death forced difficult conversations about nightlife security, repeat offenders, and the limits of circumstantial evidence. The Drummond River continues to flow through the city center. People walk along its banks. Cafes line the waterfront. To a visitor, it appears peaceful. But for Tina's family, that river will always represent the place where hope ended. The investigation demonstrated how complex homicide cases can become when physical evidence is limited, how legal standards require certainty even in the face of strong suspicion, and how acquittal does not necessarily bring closure. In a country known for low crime rates and a strong justice system, Tina Jorgensen's case remains one of the most discussed unresolved murders, a reminder that even in societies considered safe and orderly, tragedy can occur and answers are not always guaranteed. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story that unfolded in the mountains of Colorado, a case that began with a missing wife, a quiet husband giving television interviews on his front porch, and a community that initially believed it was witnessing a tragic disappearance. Instead, it became one of the most closely followed and thoroughly documented family murder cases in recent American history. This is the story of Chris Watts. In the summer of 2018, Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, with his pregnant wife Shannon Watts and their two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. The neighborhood was new, filled with recently built homes, trimmed lawns, and families raising young children. Chris worked in the oil and gas industry. Shannon was active on social media, frequently posting videos about family life, parenting, and her business selling health and wellness products. To outsiders, their life appeared structured and happy. Photos showed vacations, birthday parties, and affectionate moments between parents and children. But beneath that curated online image, their marriage was under strain. Financial pressure had built up over the years. They had previously filed for bankruptcy. Credit card debt mounted again. The mortgage on their large home weighed heavily. Shannon traveled often for work-related events. During one of those trips in the summer of 2018, Chris began an affair with a co-worker named Nicole Kessinger. The affair marked a turning point. Chris later told investigators that he felt a sense of freedom during those weeks. He imagined starting over. He searched online for information about separation and financial consequences of divorce. He calculated child support payments. He researched romantic getaways with his girlfriend. At the same time, Shannon, who was 15 weeks pregnant with their son, believed they were working through difficulties in their marriage. She texted friends expressing concern that Chris seemed distant, but she also spoke about rebuilding their relationship. On August 13th, 2018, Shannon returned home from a business trip to Arizona in the early morning hours. A neighbor's security camera captured her being dropped off around 2 a.m. That was the last time she was seen alive. Later that morning, Chris left for work at an oil site operated by his employer, Anadarko Petroleum. He loaded items into his truck before sunrise. Surveillance footage from a neighbor's camera showed him backing his truck into the driveway, an unusual action since he typically parked on the street. By midday, Shannon had not responded to calls or messages. Her friend Nicole Atkinson became concerned. Shannon had a doctor's appointment that morning which she missed. This was highly unusual. Nicole drove to the Watts home and knocked repeatedly. There was no answer. Police were called for a welfare check. When officers arrived, Chris returned home from work. He appeared calm, but slightly tense. He told officers that Shannon had taken the girls to a friend's house after an emotional conversation about separating. However, Shannon's phone, purse, medications, and car were still inside the house. For someone planning to leave voluntarily, these details did not make sense. Police conducted a preliminary search. There were no immediate signs of forced entry or struggle, but something felt wrong. Later that day, Chris agreed to speak to local news reporters. Standing in front of his house, he asked for his family to come home. His demeanor struck many viewers as detached. He swayed slightly, avoided direct emotional language, and referred to his daughters in the past tense at one point. While not definitive evidence of guilt, his body language raised suspicion among both viewers and investigators. The following day, investigators requested that Chris take a polygraph test. He agreed. During the examination, he failed. Confronted with the results, Chris initially claimed that Shannon had killed the girls in a fit of rage after he told her he wanted a separation. He said he then strangled Shannon in response. Investigators pressed further. Over time, his story shifted. Eventually, he confessed to killing his pregnant wife and both daughters. According to his confession and subsequent court documents, Chris strangled Shannon in their bedroom in the early hours of August 13th. He then placed her body in his truck. His daughters, still alive at that point, were transported with him to a remote oil site owned by his employer. There, he smothered Bella and Celeste and placed their bodies inside separate oil storage tanks. Shannon's body was buried in a shallow grave nearby. The level of planning became clearer as investigators examined digital evidence. Chris had texted coworkers the night before to ensure he would be alone at that specific oil site the following morning. He had researched song lyrics about loss and starting over. He had communicated extensively with his girlfriend about a future together, including discussions about selling his house and starting a new life. Once his confession was secured, authorities recovered the bodies from the oil site. The case moved quickly through the legal system. In November 2018, Chris Watts pleaded guilty to multiple counts of first-degree murder and unlawful termination of pregnancy. By pleading guilty, he avoided the death penalty. He was sentenced to 5 life sentences without the possibility of parole. The case left a deep impact on the public. Much of it unfolded in real time through social media, police body camera footage, interrogation videos, and court proceedings that were widely shared online. People analyzed his interviews frame by frame. The contrast between the family's online image and the reality of the crime disturbed many. For Shanann's family, the loss was immeasurable. They lost a daughter, 2 granddaughters, and an unborn grandson. They later spoke publicly about domestic violence awareness and the warning signs of emotional withdrawal and manipulation. What makes this case particularly haunting is not only the brutality of the crime, but the ordinariness of the setting. It occurred in a suburban home, behind white garage doors and manicured lawns, within a family that appeared outwardly stable. The planning involved digital searches, financial calculations, and logistical steps carried out quietly in the days before the murders. Through surveillance footage, cell phone records, GPS data from his truck, forensic analysis of the oil site, and recorded interrogations, investigators reconstructed the crime step by step. It was not a mystery left unresolved. It was methodically solved through evidence, confession, and digital tracing. The Watts house eventually stood empty. The oil field resumed operations. The neighborhood returned to routine. But the case remains a stark example of how internal collapse, concealed behind routine smiles and online posts, can escalate into irreversible violence. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet coastal town in California, a man who worked as a sonar technician for the U.S. Navy, someone trained to detect what could not be seen, someone who spent his professional life listening carefully for hidden signals beneath the surface. His name was John Scott Smith, and for years he lived in San Diego County, presenting himself as an ordinary veteran adjusting to civilian life. He was polite when speaking with neighbors. He rented rooms, maintained friendships, and blended easily into everyday routines. He had relationships with women, often meeting them through dating websites. To anyone who knew him casually, he appeared calm, emotionally reserved, and unremarkable. But behind that controlled exterior, investigators would later discover a pattern of manipulation and violence that spanned years. In 2010, Smith began a relationship with a woman named Joan D'Alessandro. She was kind, trusting, and building her own independent life. Like many modern relationships, their connection began online. They met in person, spent time together, and gradually formed what appeared to be a normal romantic partnership. But over time, Smith's behavior became controlling. He monitored her actions. He became possessive. He created emotional tension beneath the surface of their relationship. Still, nothing outwardly suggested the level of danger that existed privately. In May 2012, Joan disappeared. At first, her absence was not immediately classified as suspicious. Adults sometimes leave voluntarily. They travel. They distance themselves from relationships. But Joanne's family quickly recognized that her disappearance did not align with her personality or habits. She stopped responding to messages. She left behind belongings she would normally carry. She had not informed anyone of travel plans. Concern grew rapidly. Her family contacted authorities, initiating a missing persons investigation. Detectives began reconstructing her last known movements. They examined phone records, bank activity, and digital communications. They discovered that John Scott Smith was the last person known to have seen her alive. When questioned, Smith claimed that Joanne had left voluntarily after an argument. He presented himself as cooperative, answering questions calmly. But investigators noted inconsistencies in his timeline. Small contradictions appear between his statements and objective evidence. Investigators examined Smith's background more closely. They discovered that Joanne was not the only woman connected to him who had disappeared. Another former partner, Rebecca Zahau, had died under unusual circumstances in 2011. Her death had initially been ruled a suicide, but questions remained unanswered. Additionally, Smith's first wife had died years earlier under suspicious circumstances initially attributed to accidental drowning. Each individual case alone did not establish a clear pattern. But when viewed together, investigators saw a repeated proximity between Smith and unexplained deaths. The investigation intensified when forensic teams searched Smith's residence and vehicle. Modern forensic science allows investigators to detect microscopic traces invisible to the naked eye. Inside his vehicle, investigators discovered biological evidence linking Joanne to the interior after her reported disappearance. Soil samples and trace materials were collected. Each fragment of evidence added clarity. Digital evidence provided additional insight. Phone location records placed Smith in areas inconsistent with his stated timeline. Surveillance footage from nearby roads captured vehicle movement, aligning with investigative reconstruction. Individually, these pieces of evidence might have seemed minor. Together, they formed a consistent narrative. In 2014, Smith was arrested and charged with Joan D'Alessandro's murder. During trial, prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of events. They demonstrated how Smith's statements conflicted with forensic findings. They presented biological evidence recovered from his vehicle. They presented digital timelines showing his movements. They explained how his behavior following Joanne's disappearance reflected concealment rather than concern. The defense challenged interpretations of evidence, emphasizing the absence of a recovered body. But modern prosecutions do not depend solely on body recovery. Forensic science, digital tracking, and behavioral analysis can establish truth even when physical remains are never found. The jury examined the evidence carefully. They listened to forensic experts explain how trace materials are transferred and preserved. They reviewed digital records documenting movement and communication. They evaluated Smith's own statements and inconsistencies. Ultimately, they concluded that the evidence established his guilt beyond reasonable doubt. John Scott Smith was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to prison. Joan D'Alessandro's body has never been recovered. What makes this case especially disturbing is how effectively Smith concealed his actions for years. His military training had taught him discipline and attention to detail. His calm demeanor prevented suspicion. He understood how to appear cooperative without revealing truth. But forensic science and digital evidence revealed patterns he could not erase. Today, he remains incarcerated, his controlled public identity replaced permanently by the evidence that exposed his hidden actions. His case stands as a reminder that even when someone believes they have eliminated the most visible traces of a crime, invisible evidence remains embedded in the physical and digital world, waiting for investigators to uncover it piece by piece until the full truth emerges. Next story. At 2:17 in the morning, a man stood alone in his kitchen, staring at a calendar on the wall, realizing that by sunrise, his entire life would either collapse or be erased forever. What he decided in that silence would leave an entire town questioning how they had missed what was happening right in front of them. Matthew Hoffman lived in Ohio, drifting between jobs, housing, and identities. He was intelligent, articulate, and deeply unstable, though few people saw it clearly at the time. He admired environmentalism, survivalism, and isolation. He spoke often about living off the land, about rejecting modern society, about disappearing from a world he believed was corrupt. But beneath those ideas was something darker and far more dangerous. Hoffman had no stable home. He slept in abandoned houses, storage units, and makeshift shelters hidden in wooded areas. He was known to trespass, breaking into vacant homes and occupying them silently, sometimes for weeks at a time. He left almost no trace. He learned how to exist without being noticed. In November 2010, he became fixated on a woman named Tina Herman. Tina lived with her two teenage children, Sarah and Cody, in a modest home in Mount Vernon, Ohio. She was a single mother, practical, focused, and protective of her family. She worked hard, paid her bills, and stayed close to her children. Their life was ordinary, structured around school, work, and home. Matthew Hoffman knew Tina through limited contact. There was no relationship, no conflict, only his internal obsession, growing quietly and unchecked. On the evening of November 10th, Hoffman entered Tina's home. There was no forced entry that anyone noticed at first. What happened inside unfolded quickly. Tina was killed almost immediately. Her children were restrained and taken from the house alive. Hoffman loaded them into his vehicle and drove away into the darkness, leaving no immediate signs of where he had gone. The next day, when Tina did not show up for work and her children did not arrive at school, concern spread quickly. Police entered the home and discovered blood evidence that made it clear this was not a disappearance. It was something far worse. Search efforts began immediately. As investigators worked the case, they uncovered Hoffman's background, his history of trespassing, his obsession with isolation, his ability to vanish into wooded areas. They realized they were not dealing with someone who would stay visible. Meanwhile, Hoffman had taken the children to a wooded area miles away. There, hidden beneath brush and leaves, was a makeshift underground bunker he had constructed over time. It was narrow, dark, and nearly invisible from above. He placed the children inside, covering the opening carefully to block sound, light, and heat signatures. Sarah and Cody were alive, but trapped. Back at the crime scene, police found a note written by Hoffman. The contents were incoherent, ideological, and threatening. It confirmed what investigators feared. This was premeditated. This was controlled. And this was not over. Police launched a massive search, focusing on wooded areas, abandoned properties, and locations connected to Hoffman's past. Helicopters scanned forests. Ground teams moved slowly through difficult terrain. Time mattered more than anything. 3 days later, Hoffman was spotted near a wooded area close to his bunker. Police moved in quickly and arrested him without resistance. With Hoffman in custody, attention turned to the children. He initially refused to cooperate. Hours passed. Negotiators applied pressure carefully. Eventually, Hoffman revealed the location of the bunker. Search teams rushed to the site and uncovered the hidden entrance. Sarah and Cody were found alive. They were dehydrated, frightened, and traumatized, but they survived. The relief was short-lived. When Hoffman was questioned further, he admitted that Tina Herman had been killed during the initial attack. He later admitted to killing her children as well. After their rescue, details emerging slowly during the investigation and trial that confirmed the full scope of the crime. The case moved to court. Prosecutors presented a chilling picture of planning, obsession, and psychological control. Hoffman was not acting impulsively. He had studied concealment. He had practiced isolation. He believed he could remove people from the world without consequence. Mental health evaluations showed severe disorders, but not enough to remove responsibility. He understood his actions. He understood consequences. He simply believed his worldview justified them. Matthew Hoffman was convicted of aggravated murder and kidnapping. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The town of Mount Vernon was left with a lasting wound. A family erased not by chaos or rage, but by someone who believed invisibility meant immunity. Someone who operated quietly, deliberately, and without hesitation. What makes this case especially disturbing is not how loud it was, but how silent. A man who lived unseen learned how to take others with him into that silence. A house entered without notice. A forest hiding something terrible beneath its surface. Nothing about that night looked dramatic from the outside, and that is what makes it linger. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a quiet evening in a suburban neighborhood, but slowly revealed a calculated act of violence hidden behind someone who had spent years building the image of a normal, trustworthy neighbor. In the summer of 2006, the town of Cary, North Carolina was known for its calm neighborhoods and steady growth. Families moved there for good schools, quiet streets, and the feeling that it was a place where serious crime rarely happened. On the evening of July 14th, 31-year-old accountant Daniel Reeves left his office just after 6 o'clock and began the short drive back to the house he shared with his wife. Daniel had worked for the same accounting firm for nearly a decade and was known as someone who kept a predictable routine. Most evenings he arrived home shortly after 6:30, had dinner, and spent the rest of the night relaxing or catching up on paperwork. That evening he never made it home. At first, his wife assumed he had been delayed at work. But when the hours passed and repeated calls went unanswered, concern began to grow. By the next morning, when he still had not returned and had also failed to appear at his office, she contacted police to report him missing. Detectives began their investigation by tracing Daniel's last known movements. Security cameras from his office building showed him leaving the parking garage at 6:12 p.m. Traffic cameras along his normal route confirmed that his car had passed through two nearby intersections. After that point, the trail went cold. Later that afternoon, officers discovered Daniel's vehicle parked along a quiet side road less than 3 miles from his home. The car was locked and appeared undisturbed from the outside. However, investigators noticed something troubling when they looked inside. Daniel's wallet and phone were still sitting on the passenger seat. People rarely abandon both items voluntarily. Forensic technicians carefully processed the vehicle. A faint smear of blood was discovered along the edge of the driver's seat. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel. The discovery immediately escalated the case from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing Daniel's personal and professional life. Co-workers described him as respected and easy to work with. Financial records showed no signs of debt or disputes. His family relationships were stable and supportive. For several days, investigators struggled to find any motive or suspect connected to his disappearance. The break in the case came from a witness who lived near the road where Daniel's car had been found. The neighbor told police that on the night Daniel disappeared, he had seen two vehicles stopped along the roadside around 7 o'clock. One of them appeared to be Daniel's sedan. The other was a dark SUV that the witness did not recognize. He remembered the vehicle because it had remained there for several minutes before both cars suddenly drove away. Detectives began canvassing the area looking for surveillance footage that might capture the SUV. A camera from a nearby gas station recorded a vehicle matching the description driving past the intersection shortly after the time Daniel's car had been seen on the roadside. Investigators traced the vehicle's license plate. The SUV belonged to a man named Kevin Mercer. Mercer lived only 2 blocks from Daniel's home. At first, the connection seemed strange. Mercer was a 40-year-old property manager who had lived in the neighborhood for several years. Most neighbors described him as friendly and helpful. He occasionally attended community meetings and had even helped organize neighborhood improvement projects. Detectives brought Mercer in for questioning. During the interview, he acknowledged that he knew Daniel casually from the neighborhood, but insisted he had not seen him recently. Mercer claimed he had spent the evening at home watching television, but investigators soon discovered problems with his timeline. Cell phone records showed Mercer's phone traveling through the same area where Daniel's car had been found at almost the exact time the witness reported seeing the two vehicles together. When confronted with that information, Mercer said he had simply been driving through the area on his way back from running errands. The explanation did not fully convince investigators. A search warrant was obtained for Mercer's SUV. Inside the cargo area, forensic technicians discovered fibers that matched the fabric from Daniel's car seats. Even more significant were tiny traces of blood embedded in the rear floor mat. Laboratory analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel. With the evidence mounting against him, Mercer was brought in for another interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic findings along with a witness statement, placing his SUV beside Daniel's car. Mercer's story began to change. Eventually, he admitted that he had confronted Daniel that evening about a financial dispute involving a property investment. According to Mercer's statement, the two men had argued on the roadside after Mercer forced Daniel to pull over. The confrontation quickly escalated into violence. Investigators believe Mercer attacked Daniel during the argument and later attempted to hide the crime by moving the body away from the area. After several hours of questioning, Mercer finally revealed the location where he had taken Daniel. Detectives followed him to a remote wooded area nearly 20 miles outside Cary. There they discovered Daniel's remains concealed beneath brush and soil. The discovery allowed prosecutors to move forward with formal murder charges. During the trial, investigators reconstructed the entire timeline of the crime. Surveillance footage from traffic cameras showed Mercer following Daniel's vehicle shortly after he left work. Witness testimony placed both vehicles on the roadside where the confrontation occurred. Forensic experts explained how blood traces and fibers inside the SUV connected Mercer directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the fight had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Mercer took afterward to conceal the body and mislead investigators. After deliberating, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Kevin Mercer was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Daniel Reeves's family, the conviction provided some measure of justice after months of uncertainty. Friends and neighbors remembered him as someone who had built his life around quiet routines and strong relationships within the community. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even the most ordinary-looking situations can hide darker motives beneath the surface. A single witness noticing two vehicles stopped along a road, combined with careful forensic work, it eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed would never be discovered. And in the end, it was those small observations and patient investigative work that ensured the truth could not remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman whose life ended before it truly began, about a college campus that failed to protect her, and about a truth that took decades to surface. This is a story about silence, about suspicion that lingered for years, and about how justice can move painfully slow when evidence is buried both physically and socially. This is the true story of Kristen Smart. Kristen Smart was 19 years old when she disappeared. She was a freshman at California Polytechnic State University in San Luis Obispo, excited about independence, friendships, and the future. She was known as kind, trusting, and optimistic. She called her parents often and kept close ties with her family. There is nothing in her behavior that suggested she was planning to disappear or break contact with the people who loved her. On the night of May 25, 1996, Kristen attended an off-campus party near Cal Poly. She drank alcohol, something not unusual for a college student, but by the end of the night, she was visibly intoxicated. Friends noticed she was struggling to stand and walk steadily. They were concerned enough to make sure she did not leave alone. As students began walking back toward campus, 3 people were seen accompanying Kristen. One of them was a fellow student named Paul Flores. He volunteered to walk her to her dorm, telling others he lived nearby. It was late. The campus was quiet. That moment would be the last confirmed sighting of Kristen Smart. The next morning, Kristen did not show up for work at her campus job. She did not answer her phone. Her dorm room appeared untouched. Her bed had not been slept in. Her wallet, keys, and personal belongings were still there. By the end of the day, her parents were notified, and panic began to set in. Search efforts started quickly. Students, faculty, law enforcement, and volunteers scoured the campus and surrounding areas. Dogs were brought in. Helicopters flew overhead. Flyers appeared everywhere. Despite the massive effort, no trace of Kristen was found. There was no sign of an accident. No evidence she had left campus willingly. Attention soon focused on Paul Flores. He was the last known person to be seen with Kristen. Witnesses reported that he had been acting strangely that night. He had a black eye shortly after her disappearance, which he claimed came from a basketball game. His stories about the night were inconsistent. He failed a polygraph exam, though those results were not admissible in court. Despite the suspicion, no arrest was made. Over the years, the investigation stalled repeatedly. Searches turned up nothing definitive. Kristen's body was never found. Without physical evidence, prosecutors were reluctant to move forward. Paul Flores remained free, living his life while Kristen's family remained trapped in uncertainty. But the case never went cold. Kristen's parents refused to let her name fade away. Her father, Stan Smart, dedicated his life to seeking justice for his daughter. He worked with investigators, journalists, and private experts. He kept pressure on law enforcement. He made sure the public never forgot that Kristen was missing and deserved answers. As time passed, disturbing patterns emerged around Paul Flores. Women came forward describing uncomfortable encounters with him. Some reported sexual assaults. Others described his predatory behavior. These accounts painted a picture that aligned with investigators' long-held suspicions. Still, without Kristen's body, the case remained legally fragile. Then, decades later, new developments began to surface. Advanced forensic technology allowed investigators to revisit old evidence. Ground-penetrating radar was used at locations connected to Paul Flores. In 2021, authorities announced they had found evidence consistent with a human body buried beneath the deck of Paul Flores's father's home. The announcement sent shockwaves through the community. Although Kristen's remains were not recovered, soil samples showed signs of human decomposition. Prosecutors believe Kristen had been killed shortly after her disappearance and secretly buried, then later moved to avoid detection. In April 2021, nearly 25 years after Kristen vanished, Paul Flores was arrested and charged with her murder. His father, Ruben Flores, was charged with being an accessory after the fact, accused of helping conceal Kristen's body. The arrest marked a turning point that many had feared would never come. The trial revealed years of missed opportunities, institutional hesitation, and the devastating consequences of delay. Prosecutors laid out a case built on circumstantial evidence, witness testimony, and forensic findings. They argued that Paul Flores took advantage of an intoxicated Kristen, killed her, and enlisted his family's help to hide the crime. In 2022, Paul Flores was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. Ruben Flores was later acquitted, though suspicion surrounding his involvement remains. For Kristen Smart's family, the verdict brought a measure of justice, but not closure. Kristen's body has still not been found. Her parents continue to hope that one day they can bring her home, that they can lay her to rest, that the final piece of the story will be returned to them after so many years of waiting. What makes this case especially chilling is how long it took. Not because the truth was unknowable, but because it was inconvenient, because evidence was buried, because certainty was demanded in a world where predators rely on doubt and delay. Kristen Smart did nothing wrong. She trusted the people around her. She accepted help when she needed it. She walked home believing she was safe. Her disappearance reshaped campus safety policies across the country and became a warning about vulnerability, responsibility, and accountability. This story is not only about a crime. It is about time, about how justice delayed becomes another form of harm, and about how some families spend decades living between hope and grief, waiting for answers that should never have taken so long to arrive. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing teacher in a quiet suburban community. A case that initially seemed like someone simply disappearing during an ordinary evening, but slowly unfolded into a calculated murder that investigators would spend months piecing together. In the fall of 2006, the town of Overland Park, Kansas was known for its quiet neighborhoods, kept streets, and strong school system. Among the teachers working in the district was 33-year-old English instructor Amanda Hayes. Amanda taught at a local high school and had built a reputation among students as someone who was patient, organized, and deeply committed to her work. Her routine rarely changed. She usually stayed after school grading papers or helping students before driving home to the small house she had purchased several years earlier. Because her schedule was so consistent, people noticed quickly when something unusual happened. On the evening of October 3rd, Amanda finished grading assignments in her classroom before leaving the school building. Around 6:10 p.m. security cameras captured her walking through the parking lot and getting into her compact car. She drove away toward the main road that led through town. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Amanda failed to arrive home that evening, her sister attempted to call her several times but received no answer. By the following morning, when Amanda also failed to appear at school and had not responded to messages from colleagues, concern began to grow. School administrators contacted police later that day. Detectives began their investigation by tracing Amanda's route after leaving the school. Traffic cameras along the road showed her car passing through several intersections exactly as expected. But one camera captured something unusual. Her car suddenly turned into a small shopping plaza that she did not normally visit. Investigators checked security footage from the businesses in that plaza. One camera showed Amanda's car entering the parking lot around 6:25 p.m., but the recording did not clearly show what happened next. 2 days later, a maintenance worker discovered Amanda's car parked behind a closed furniture warehouse several blocks away from the plaza. The vehicle was locked, but detectives immediately noticed something troubling inside. Amanda's purse and phone were sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians carefully examined the interior of the vehicle. Under specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the driver's side door and near the seatbelt. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Amanda. The investigation quickly shifted from a missing person case to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing Amanda's personal and professional relationships. Friends described her life as stable and routine. She had no known conflicts at work and no recent financial problems. However, one name appeared repeatedly during interviews with coworkers. It was a former colleague named Daniel Brooks. Brooks had previously taught at the same high school, but had left the district several months earlier after disciplinary issues involving inappropriate behavior with staff members. Records showed that Amanda had reported one of those incidents to school administrators. Detectives located Brooks and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted that he had once worked with Amanda, but insisted they had not spoken since he left the school. He also claimed he had been at home the evening she disappeared. But investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his timeline. Cell phone records showed Brooks's phone traveling through the same shopping plaza where Amanda's car had been seen turning shortly after she left work. When detectives confronted him with that information, he claimed he had simply been driving through the area on his way to visit a friend. The explanation raised suspicion, but was not enough on its own. A search warrant was obtained for Brooks's vehicle, a dark sedan that matched a car partially visible in the shopping plaza surveillance footage. Inside the trunk, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the fabric from Amanda's car seats. Even more concerning were faint blood traces that appeared to have been partially cleaned from the trunk lining. Laboratory analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Amanda. With the forensic evidence connecting his car to the missing teacher, Brooks was brought in for another interrogation. Detectives presented the lab results along with the phone records, placing him near the plaza that evening. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Brooks admitted that he had contacted Amanda earlier that day, asking to meet and talk about the report she had made against him months earlier. According to his statement, the two met in the shopping plaza parking lot shortly after she left school. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument. During the confrontation, Brooks attacked Amanda. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, he attempted to hide the crime by moving her body away from the area and abandoning her car behind the warehouse. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location where he had taken her. Detectives followed him to a remote section of woodland nearly 25 miles outside Overland Park. There they discovered a shallow grave hidden beneath leaves and loose soil. The remains were later confirmed to be Amanda Hayes. The case proceeded to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage from the shopping plaza showed Amanda's car arriving at the meeting location. Phone records placed Brooks at the scene. Forensic experts testified about the blood and fiber evidence linking his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Brooks took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Daniel Brooks was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Amanda Hayes' family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Students and colleagues at the school later organized a small scholarship in her name to honor the dedication she had shown to teaching. The investigation into her disappearance demonstrated how a case that began with almost no clear evidence could eventually be solved through persistence and careful analysis of small details. It turned into an unfamiliar parking lot, a few fibers inside a vehicle, and traces of blood someone tried to erase eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing bookstore owner after closing time. A disappearance that at first seemed like someone stepping out briefly, but slowly turned into a detailed investigation that uncovered a carefully concealed murder. In the fall of 2001, the city of Portland, Maine moved through its quiet coastal routine as evenings grew colder and streets emptied earlier each night. Among the small businesses in the downtown area was an independent bookstore owned by 42-year-old Daniel Foster. Daniel had run the shop for nearly a decade and was known by regular customers as thoughtful, reserved, and deeply passionate about literature. His routine rarely changed. He kept the store open until early evening, closed up carefully, balanced the day's receipts, and then walked a short distance to his car parked on a nearby street. Because of that consistency, his absence was noticed quickly when something went wrong. On the evening of October 9th, Daniel closed the bookstore at around 7:30 p.m. A customer who had been browsing near closing time later recalled seeing him lock the front door and turn off the lights. Security cameras from a neighboring business captured him walking down the sidewalk toward his parked car a few minutes later. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When Daniel did not return home that night, his sister attempted to call him several times but received no answer. By the following morning, when the bookstore remained closed and Daniel had not responded to messages, concern began to grow. Police were contacted later that day. Detectives began by reviewing surveillance footage from the surrounding area. Cameras showed Daniel's car leaving the street where it had been parked and heading toward the main road that led out of downtown. But one traffic camera captured something unusual. Instead of continuing toward his neighborhood, the car turned into a side street leading toward a quieter warehouse district near the edge of the city. Investigators could not immediately explain why he would go there. 2 days later, Daniel's car was discovered parked behind a closed shipping warehouse in that same district. The vehicle was locked and appeared undisturbed from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed several troubling details. Daniel's wallet and phone were both sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians examined the interior of the vehicle. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the driver's side door and near the seat. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel. The investigation quickly shifted from a missing person case to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining Daniel's personal and business relationships. Customers and neighbors described him as quiet and respectful. Financial records showed the bookstore had been stable, but there had been a recent dispute involving a property lease. The landlord of the building was a man named Harold Pierce. Pierce had recently informed Daniel that the lease would not be renewed unless significant changes were made to the rental agreement. According to records, the negotiations had become tense in the weeks leading up to Daniel's disappearance. Detectives decided to interview Pierce. During the conversation, he admitted there had been disagreements over the lease, but insisted it was strictly a business matter. He claimed he had not seen Daniel on the night he disappeared and had spent the evening at home. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Pierce's phone in the same warehouse district where Daniel's car had been found at approximately the same time he vanished. When confronted with that information, Pierce said he had been driving through the area to check on another property. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A night shift worker at a nearby loading dock later reported seeing two vehicles parked behind the warehouse around 8 that evening. One matched Daniel's car. The other was a dark pickup truck that remained there briefly before leaving. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage from nearby streets and located a camera that captured a vehicle matching the pickup truck description. The license plate was traced back to Harold Pierce. With that information, investigators obtained a search warrant for his truck. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior upholstery from Daniel's car. More significantly, they found faint traces of blood on the floor lining that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel Foster. Pierce was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the phone records and witness statements, placing him at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Pierce admitted that he had arranged to meet Daniel that evening to discuss the lease dispute. According to his statement, the meeting took place behind the warehouse where Daniel's car was later found. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument about the future of the bookstore. During the confrontation, Pierce attacked Daniel. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, he attempted to hide the crime by moving the body away from the area and cleaning his truck. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed where he had taken Daniel. Detectives followed him to a remote wooded area nearly 25 miles outside Portland, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath leaves and loose soil. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Daniel Foster. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage showed Daniel leaving the bookstore and diverting from his normal route. Cell phone records placed Pierce at the scene. Forensic experts testified about the blood and fiber evidence linking his truck directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Pierce took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Harold Pierce was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Daniel Foster's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Members of the community remembered him as someone who had created a quiet place where people could gather, read, and feel at home. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little evidence can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A witness noticing two vehicles behind a warehouse, traces of blood someone tried to erase, and careful forensic work eventually revealed the truth behind a crime that someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about madness disguised as mission, about a man who believed himself beyond judgment, and about how obsession with purity can transform into the purest form of evil. In the grimy streets of London's Whitechapel district during the autumn of 1888, where poverty crushed souls and women sold their bodies to survive another day, a killer was stalking the fog-shrouded alleys. He targeted prostitutes, women society had already discarded, and he mutilated them with surgical precision that suggested medical knowledge. His identity remained unknown, his motives a mystery, and his crime sparked a media frenzy that made him the world's first celebrity serial killer. This is the story of Jack the Ripper, though his true identity has never been definitively proven. Between August and November 1888, he murdered at least 5 women in London's East End, though some investigators believe he killed more. He would approach them in the early morning hours, quickly slash their throats, then mutilate their bodies with a knife, removing organs with skill that suggested anatomical knowledge. He sent taunting letters to police and newspapers, claiming responsibility and promising more murders. Then he vanished, never caught, leaving behind only questions and a legend that has endured for over a century. The canonical 5 victims, those definitively attributed to the Ripper, were Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly. All were impoverished women in their 40s who worked as prostitutes in Whitechapel, one of London's most desperate slums. They lived in doss houses, drinking away what little money they earned, trapped in cycles of poverty and addiction with no hope of escape. The first victim, Marion Nichols, was found on August 31st, 1888, in Bucks Row. Her throat had been cut so deeply she was nearly decapitated, and her abdomen had been slashed open. The brutality shocked even seasoned police officers accustomed to Whitechapel's violence. Annie Chapman was discovered on September 8th in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street. She had been killed and mutilated in the same manner as Nichols, but this time the killer had removed her uterus and taken it with him. This suggested someone with anatomical knowledge and raised theories that the killer might be a doctor or surgeon. On September 30th, 2 murders occurred in one night. Elizabeth Stride was found with her throat cut, but not mutilated, possibly because the killer was interrupted. Less than an hour later, Catherine Eddowes was discovered in Mitre Square, murdered and extensively mutilated. Her kidney had been removed. This double murder created panic throughout London. The final canonical victim, Mary Jane Kelly, was killed on November 9th in her small rented room. Unlike the others who had been killed outdoors, Kelly's murder occurred indoors where the killer had time and privacy. The mutilation was extreme, her body so extensively cut and organs removed that she was barely recognizable. The scene was photographed, creating images that remain among the most disturbing crime scene photos in history. During this period, numerous letters were sent to police and newspapers claiming to be from a killer. Most were hoaxes, but two have been considered potentially genuine by investigators. The Dear Boss letter, received September 27th, introduced the name Jack the Ripper and promised more killings. The From Hell letter, received October 16th, came with half a human kidney that the writer claimed came from Catherine Eddowes. The investigation was massive, but hampered by limited forensic technology and the chaotic conditions of Whitechapel. Police interviewed thousands of people, pursued numerous suspects, and employed innovative techniques like crime scene photography. But they never definitively identified the killer. Theories about Jack the Ripper's identity have proliferated for over a century. Suspects have included Montague John Druitt, a barrister who drowned himself shortly after the final murder; Aaron Kosminski, a Polish immigrant with mental illness who was confined to an asylum; Michael Ostrog, a Russian con artist with a history of violence; Walter Sickert, an artist whose paintings some believe contain clues about the murders. Even members of the royal family have been implicated in conspiracy theories, though without credible evidence. Modern forensic analysis using DNA from letters and evidence has pointed to some suspects more than others, but definitive proof remains elusive. The contamination of evidence over 130 years and the questionable chain of custody make conclusive identification impossible. What makes Jack the Ripper significant beyond the murders themselves is his cultural impact. He became the prototype for the serial killer in popular imagination, the mysterious figure who kills without clear motive and eludes capture. The Victorian press sensationalized the crimes, creating a media circus that amplified fear throughout London and captured international attention. The murders also exposed the desperate conditions in London's East End, where poverty forced women into prostitution and made them vulnerable to violence. Social reformers used the Ripper case to advocate for better housing, employment opportunities, and support for the poor. The victims, who had lived and died in obscurity, became symbols of society's failure to protect its most vulnerable members. The Ripper's surgical skill and apparent anatomical knowledge sparked theories he was a doctor, leading to distrust of medical professionals in Whitechapel. His ability to disappear after murders in crowded areas suggested someone who belonged in the neighborhood, who could blend in rather than stand out as suspicious. Some historians believe Jack the Ripper stopped killing because he died, was imprisoned for another crime, or was institutionalized in an asylum. Others think he may have emigrated or simply stopped for reasons unknown. The abrupt end to the murder series remains as mysterious as the killer's identity. The 5 canonical victims are now more famous in death than they ever were in life. Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly have been studied extensively, their lives examined for clues about why they were targeted and what they might reveal about their killer. The Jack the Ripper case remains unsolved, one of history's most infamous cold cases. The killer's identity is likely lost to time, but his crimes change how society viewed serial murder and how media covered violent crime. He transformed from a real killer into a legend, a symbol of Victorian-era fears about modernity, urbanization, and the darkness lurking in city streets. The women he killed deserve to be remembered not just as victims, but as individuals who lived difficult lives in impossible circumstances, who were let down by society before they were destroyed by a madman. Their deaths exposed the brutal realities of poverty and inspired reforms that helped others, though the changes came too late to save them. Jack the Ripper vanished into history, but his shadow stretches across more than a century, a reminder that some evil escapes justice and some questions remain forever unanswered, leaving only victims, mysteries, and a haunting knowledge that a killer once walked London's streets and was never caught. Next story. It was the evening of October 23rd, 1980, in the quiet town of Fall River, Massachusetts, when a young nurse named Cheryl McCabe finished her shift at a local hospital and began the short drive home that she had taken countless times before. Cheryl was 29 years old, known among co-workers as responsible, calm, and dedicated to her work. She lived a relatively simple life, balancing long hospital shifts with time spent with friends and family. Nothing about that evening seemed unusual. She left the hospital parking lot shortly after sunset, expecting to arrive home within minutes. When she failed to appear that night, those closest to her initially assumed she had stopped somewhere along the way or perhaps decided to visit a friend. But when the hours passed and no one heard from her, concern quickly turned into alarm. The next morning, Cheryl's car was discovered parked along a quiet stretch of road not far from her normal route home. The vehicle was locked, and from the outside it appeared undisturbed, yet Cheryl was nowhere to be found. Inside the car, investigators found her purse and personal belongings still in place, suggesting that she had not planned to leave voluntarily. The discovery immediately raised serious questions. Police began treating the case as a possible abduction and launched a full investigation to determine what had happened during the short drive between the hospital and her home. Detectives began by reconstructing Cheryl's final movements. Co-workers confirmed that she had completed her shift normally and had not mentioned meeting anyone that evening. Surveillance cameras were rare in 1980, so investigators relied heavily on witness interviews and physical evidence from the car and surrounding area. A few nearby residents reported seeing a vehicle parked along the roadside late that night, but none could provide a clear description. Despite the uncertainty, the information suggested that Cheryl may have been stopped by someone while driving home. The investigation continued for weeks as officers canvassed neighborhoods and questioned anyone who might have had contact with Cheryl. They examined her personal life, friendships, and workplace relationships, searching for possible motives. Yet nothing in her background suggested that she was in danger. She had no known enemies, no involvement in risky activities, and no signs of personal conflict that could explain her disappearance. The case soon became one of the most troubling mysteries in the region. Months later, investigators received a crucial tip about a local man named Daniel Henson, a mechanic who lived within driving distance of the road where Cheryl's car had been found. Henson had a reputation for aggressive behavior and had previously been questioned in connection with harassment complaints. When detectives looked more closely at his background, they discovered that he had been working late the night Cheryl disappeared and had driven along the same route she would have taken home. Although the information was not enough to charge him with a crime, it was enough to place him on the list of primary suspects. Detectives brought Henson in for questioning. During the interview, he claimed that he had been alone that night and had not encountered Cheryl. However, investigators quickly noticed inconsistencies in his account of where he had been and what he had been doing. His timeline shifted as detectives pressed him for details, raising suspicions that he was concealing something important. At the time, however, the physical evidence available to investigators was limited. Without a body or clear forensic connection to the crime, prosecutors did not yet have enough to bring charges. Years passed as the case remained unresolved. Cheryl's family continued to search for answers, working with investigators and maintaining public awareness about her disappearance. Detectives periodically revisited the evidence, hoping that new information or advances in forensic science might eventually reveal what had happened. In the late 1990s, the case was reopened and re-examined using modern investigative techniques. Forensic specialists reanalyzed physical evidence collected from Cheryl's car, including trace fibers and biological material that earlier investigators had not been able to fully examine. The renewed analysis produced a breakthrough. DNA recovered from inside Cheryl's vehicle matched Daniel Henson. placing him in direct contact with the car on the night she disappeared. When investigators confronted him with the new evidence, his previous denials began to unravel. Under further questioning, he eventually admitted that he had encountered Cheryl while she was driving home that evening. According to his confession, he had approached her vehicle under the pretense of needing help before forcing his way inside. The encounter quickly turned violent, and he abducted her from the roadside. Investigators followed the details of his confession to a remote wooded area outside the city, where he had concealed Cheryl's body. The discovery confirmed the worst fears of her family and the community that had followed the case for so many years. The evidence collected at the site, combined with the forensic results from the vehicle and Henson's own admissions, provided prosecutors with the case they had long been waiting to build. When the trial began, prosecutors carefully presented the timeline of events from the night Cheryl left the hospital to the moment her car was discovered abandoned along the roadside. They explained how Henson had crossed paths with her during her short drive home, and how the encounter escalated into abduction and murder. Forensic experts described the DNA evidence that linked him directly to the crime scene, while investigators detailed the years of work that had gone into solving the case. The defense attempted to challenge the reliability of the confession and the interpretation of the forensic evidence, but the overall weight of the case was overwhelming. The jury heard how Cheryl had simply been driving home from work when she encountered someone who chose to take advantage of that brief moment of vulnerability. After deliberating, they returned a verdict of guilty. Henson was sentenced to life in prison, bringing an end to a case that had haunted the community for decades. For Cheryl's family, the conviction provided long-awaited answers, though it could never undo the loss they had endured for so many years. The case became an example of how persistence in investigation and advances in forensic science can eventually uncover the truth, even long after a crime has been committed. Detectives who worked on the case later said that the key to solving it had been the careful preservation of evidence and the refusal to let the investigation fade into obscurity. The story of Cheryl McCabe remains a reminder that many crimes which appear impossible to solve at first can still be resolved through patience, determination, and evolving scientific methods. What began as a simple drive home from work turned into a mystery that lasted nearly 2 decades. But the truth eventually emerged through the combined efforts of investigators, forensic specialists, and a family who never stopped searching for justice. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about ambition without limits, about a woman who saw opportunity in tragedy, and about how the desire for wealth can transform caregiving into something sinister. In the boarding houses of early 20th century America, where elderly people and invalids sought care in their final years, a pattern was emerging that would take decades to recognize. Certain caregivers seemed to have unusually high numbers of patients who passed away unexpectedly, often leaving behind wills that benefited their caretakers. One woman in particular moved from state to state, always finding new clients, always collecting inheritances, always moving on before suspicions could solidify. This is the story of Amy Archer Gilligan, the proprietor of the Archer Home for the Elderly and Infirm in Windsor, Connecticut. Between 1907 and 1917, at least 5 people in her care passed away under suspicious circumstances, though investigators believe the true number may have been as high as 48. She would convince elderly clients to sign over their assets or name her in their wills, then administer arsenic or other substances to hasten their passing. Her arrest in 1916 exposed a decade of suspected crimes and inspired the play and film Arsenic and Old Lace. Amy Duggan was born in 1873 in Connecticut to Irish immigrant parents. She grew up in modest circumstances and received basic education. She was intelligent and ambitious, determined to rise above her working-class origins. She married James Archer in 1897, and together they established a home for elderly boarders in 1907, purchasing a large house in Windsor, Connecticut. The Archer home advertised itself as providing quality care for elderly people in their final years. Amy and James charged either ongoing fees for care or offered lifetime residency for a single large payment. Many elderly clients chose the lifetime option, paying substantial sums up front with the understanding they would be cared for until their natural passing. James Archer passed away in 1910 under circumstances that were considered natural at the time. Amy inherited his share of the business and continued operating the home. She remarried in 1913 to Michael Gilligan, but he passed away suspiciously just 3 months after their wedding, having recently made Amy the beneficiary of his life insurance policy. Over the years, residents of the Archer home passed away with unusual frequency. Amy would convince clients to make her the beneficiary of their estates or to pay large lump sums for lifetime care. Then those clients would become ill suddenly and pass away within weeks or months. Amy would collect whatever assets they had left behind, sometimes substantial amounts. The deaths were attributed to natural causes related to age and infirmity. In the early 1900s, elderly people were expected to decline and pass away, and thorough investigations were rare. Amy was skilled at presenting herself as a devoted caregiver, heartbroken by the loss of her charges. She would arrange funerals and express appropriate grief while quietly collecting inheritances. But whispers began spreading in Windsor. Local residents noticed that people who entered the Archer home in reasonable health seemed to decline rapidly. Families of former residents began comparing notes and realized that multiple people had changed their wills shortly before passing away unexpectedly. Some relatives had been told their loved ones were too ill for visits, only to learn days later that they had passed. The breakthrough came in 1914 when relatives of Franklin Andrews became suspicious after his sudden passing just weeks after entering the home. They demanded an investigation. When his body was exhumed and tested, it contained high levels of arsenic. This discovery prompted authorities to exhume other former residents, and multiple bodies tested positive for arsenic or other substances. Investigation revealed that Amy had been purchasing large quantities of arsenic from local pharmacies, claiming she needed it for pest control. The amounts she purchased far exceeded what would be necessary for rodents. Records showed she had bought arsenic shortly before multiple residents became fatally ill. Financial investigation uncovered a pattern of residents changing their wills or signing over assets shortly before becoming ill and passing away. Amy had collected thousands of dollars in inheritances and insurance payments over the years. What appeared to be unfortunate coincidences now looked like systematic poisoning for profit. Amy was arrested in May 1916 and charged with multiple counts. Her trial began in June 1917 and drew significant public attention. The prosecution presented evidence of arsenic purchases, suspicious timing of illnesses and passings, and financial records showing Amy's profit from resident deaths. Amy's defense argued that the arsenic was genuinely for pest control and that the deaths were natural given the residents' advanced ages and health conditions. But the evidence was overwhelming. The prosecution showed that healthy residents became fatally ill shortly after Amy purchased arsenic, and that she had clear financial motives. The jury convicted Amy on one count, and she was sentenced to death by hanging. However, her attorneys successfully argued that she was mentally incompetent. She was evaluated by psychiatrists who diagnosed her with various mental conditions, and her sentence was commuted. She was committed to Connecticut State Hospital for the Insane, where she would spend the rest of her life. Amy Archer Gilligan remained institutionalized for 23 years, maintaining her innocence throughout. She passed away in the psychiatric hospital in 1962 at age 89, having outlived all her victims and most of their families. Her case became one of the most notorious examples of what would later be called healthcare serial cases, where caregivers harm those in their care for financial gain. The case inspired Arsenic and Old Lace, though that work transformed the story into dark comedy rather than depicting the tragedy of real victims. The investigation into Amy's activities revealed systemic problems in how elderly care facilities were monitored in early 20th century America. There were few regulations governing nursing homes, little oversight of how residents' finances were managed, and minimal investigation when elderly people passed away. Amy exploited all these gaps. Her victims were elderly people who had trusted her with their care and their assets in their most vulnerable years. Many had no close family to advocate for them or question suspicious circumstances. Some had specifically chosen the Archer home because Amy seemed so caring and competent. They paid for quality care in their final years and instead received poisoning that ended their lives prematurely. The case led to reforms in Connecticut and other states regarding nursing home oversight, requirements for investigating suspicious passings of residents, and regulations about financial relationships between caregivers and clients. These changes came too late for Amy's victims, but helped protect future generations. Amy Archer Gilligan demonstrated how positions of trust over vulnerable populations can be exploited by those motivated by greed. She showed how easily elderly people, already expected to decline and pass, could be victimized without raising immediate suspicion. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing insurance agent after a routine client visit. A disappearance that at first seemed like a simple delay in schedule, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence uncovered through patient investigation. In the spring of 2002, the city of Kansas City, Missouri moved through its usual weekday rhythm as offices closed and suburban neighborhoods grew quiet by evening. Among those finishing work that day was 36-year-old insurance agent Daniel Brooks. Daniel had spent nearly a decade building his client base, often traveling to meet people at their homes to discuss policies and renewals. Because of his job, it was not unusual for him to visit multiple locations in a single day, but he always checked in with his office once his final appointment was complete. On the afternoon of May 9th, Daniel had one last scheduled visit with a client in a residential area on the outskirts of the city. Phone records showed he confirmed the appointment earlier that day. A neighbor later recalled seeing Daniel's car parked outside the house around 5:10 p.m. as he walked up to the front door carrying a folder. That was the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When Daniel failed to return home that evening, his wife initially assumed the meeting had taken longer than expected. But when several calls went unanswered and he also failed to appear at the office the following morning, concern quickly began to grow. Police were contacted later that day. Detectives began by visiting the house where Daniel had last been seen. The homeowner, a man named Gregory Shaw, confirmed that Daniel had come by to discuss an insurance policy. Shaw stated that the meeting had been brief and that Daniel left shortly afterward without any issues. However, investigators quickly noticed something unusual. The timeline Shaw provided did not match nearby surveillance footage. A camera positioned at the end of the street showed Daniel's car arriving, but there was no footage showing it leaving. That detail raised immediate concern. 2 days later, Daniel's car was discovered parked behind a vacant building in a nearby commercial area several miles away. The vehicle was locked and appeared undisturbed from the outside. Inside, however, detectives found several troubling signs. Daniel's folder containing client documents was still on the passenger seat, along with his phone. Forensic technicians examined the interior carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the driver's side door and near the seat. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives returned to question Gregory Shaw. During the second interview, Shaw repeated his earlier claim that Daniel had left his house without incident. He insisted he had no involvement in his disappearance. However, investigators had begun gathering additional evidence. Cell phone records placed Shaw's phone in the same commercial area where Daniel's car had been found later that evening. When confronted with that information, Shaw claimed he had gone out to run errands after the meeting. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger proof. A worker at a nearby warehouse later reported seeing 2 vehicles parked behind the vacant building that evening. One matched Daniel's car. The other was a dark SUV that remained there briefly before leaving. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage from surrounding roads and located a camera that captured a vehicle matching that description. The license plate was traced back to Gregory Shaw. With that information, investigators obtained a search warrant for his vehicle. Inside the SUV, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior upholstery from Daniel's car. More importantly, they found faint traces of blood in the rear cargo area that appear to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel Brooks. Shaw was brought in for a third interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the surveillance footage and phone records, placing him at both the residence and the commercial area. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Shaw admitted that the meeting inside his home had turned into a confrontation. According to his statement, the discussion over financial matters had escalated unexpectedly. Investigators believe Shaw had been under financial pressure, and the meeting created tension that quickly spiraled out of control. During the confrontation, Daniel was attacked inside the house. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Shaw attempted to conceal the crime by moving Daniel's body into his SUV and later abandoning the victim's car in a different location to mislead investigators. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed where he had taken Daniel. Detectives followed him to a remote wooded area nearly 30 miles outside Kansas City, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath loose soil and brush. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Daniel Brooks. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Daniel arriving at Shaw's house and never leaving, followed by evidence placing Shaw in the area where the car was abandoned. Surveillance footage, cell phone records, and forensic findings all connected him directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Shaw took afterward to conceal the body and mislead investigators. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Gregory Shaw was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Daniel Brooks's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Colleagues remembered him as someone who had built trust through years of honest work and personal connections with clients. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A missing exit from a camera frame, a vehicle seen in the wrong place, and traces of blood someone tried to erase eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who vanished quietly. A disappearance that sat unresolved for decades, hidden inside an ordinary object, waiting silently while the world moved on. This is a true crime story about secrecy, patience, and how the past sometimes refuses to stay buried, no matter how carefully it is hidden. In the early 1960s, Raina Marroquin was a 26-year-old immigrant living in New York. She had come from El Salvador seeking stability and opportunity, like many others at the time. She was described as gentle, hardworking, and deeply devoted to her family back home. She wrote letters regularly, sending money when she could, always expressing plans for the future. Raina worked in a textile factory, earning modest wages, sharing rooms, and building a life slowly and carefully. She was not reckless. She did not live dramatically. She followed routines. At some point, Raina began a relationship with her married supervisor, a man named Frederick Hart. He was older, established, and powerful within her workplace. The relationship was secretive, unequal, and dangerous in ways Raina likely did not fully understand at first. When she became pregnant, everything changed. Raina reportedly believed Frederick would leave his wife. She spoke about a future where they could be together openly. To her, the pregnancy was a beginning. To Frederick, it was a threat. In the spring of 1969, Raina suddenly stopped contacting her family. Letters ceased. Money transfers ended. For her relatives in El Salvador, communication delays were not unusual, but months passed, then years. Eventually, hope gave way to grief. Without proof, Raina was assumed lost to time, another immigrant swallowed by the anonymity of a large city. No missing person report was filed. No investigation began. Raina disappeared quietly. 32 years later, in 1999, a man named Patrick McLaughlin purchased a property in Jericho, New York. The house was old and in need of repairs. As Patrick worked in the backyard, he noticed something unusual beneath the soil, an old metal drum, heavily rusted, partially buried. Assuming it was leftover junk, he attempted to move it. The drum was extremely heavy. When he opened it, he was met with a smell that told him immediately this was not trash. Inside the barrel were human remains. The discovery shocked investigators. The remains were remarkably preserved due to the sealed container and chemicals inside. Forensic experts determined the victim was a young woman who had been murdered decades earlier. There were signs of strangulation. There was evidence of pregnancy. The case became known as the Barrel Girl murder. At first, no one knew who she was. Investigators reconstructed her face using forensic modeling. They released images to the public, hoping someone would recognize her. Leads trickled in slowly. Some went nowhere. Others contradicted each other. The victim had lived long enough ago that memories were faint, records incomplete, witnesses aging or dead. Still, the case moved forward. Isotope testing of her bones suggested she was not born in the United States. Dental work indicated she had spent part of her life in Central America. Gradually, through a combination of science and persistence, investigators identified her as Raina Marroquin. Now they had a name, but the killer was still free. The property where the barrel was found had once belonged to Frederick Hart. Frederick had died years earlier. At first, that seemed like the end of the trail. But investigators did not stop. They examined Frederick's life closely. They uncovered the affair. They learned about the pregnancy. They spoke to his former wife. And then, something remarkable happened. Frederick's widow began talking. She described strange behavior from decades earlier. She recalled a sudden new barrel appearing in the yard. She remembered Frederick insisting it never be moved. She remembered fear, confusion, and silence. Over time, she revealed that Frederick had confessed to her privately that he had killed Raina after she became pregnant, strangling her during an argument and panicking afterward. He had placed her body inside the drum and buried it in the yard. For decades, the barrel remained untouched, blending into the background of suburban life. Children played nearby. Seasons passed. Owners changed. Life continued. The truth waited. Although Frederick Hart could never be tried, the case was officially closed in 2011, more than 40 years after Raina's murder. Her death was finally acknowledged. Her story was finally told. Her family, long without answers, received confirmation of what had happened to her. Raina Marroquin was laid to rest with her name restored. This story lingers because of its stillness, because nothing exploded, nothing unraveled quickly, no frantic chase occurred. Instead, a crime waited patiently beneath the earth, sealed inside metal, protected by silence and time. It reminds us that justice does not always arrive loudly. Sometimes it comes slowly, carried forward by chance, science, and a refusal to forget those who disappeared quietly. And even after decades, truth can still rise. Next story.
I'm going to tell you a story about a man who built his life around words, reputation, and appearances, and about how a single death inside a quiet home became a mystery that slowly unraveled everything he claimed to be. This is a true crime story about trust narrative control and how truth can hide for years inside ordinary domestic spaces. Michael Peterson lived in Durham, North Carolina, with his wife, Kathleen Peterson. Michael was a novelist and columnist known for his intelligence, confidence, and carefully shaped public persona. Kathleen was a successful executive, disciplined, organized, and deeply supportive of her husband's creative ambitions. They lived in a large, comfortable home and moved easily in social circles. To outsiders, their marriage appeared stable and affectionate. On the night of December 9th, 2001, Kathleen was found dead at the bottom of a staircase inside their home. Michael called emergency services, saying his wife had fallen while he was outside by the pool. He sounded distressed but controlled. When police arrived, they found Kathleen lying in a pool of blood with multiple head injuries. At first glance, it appeared to be a tragic accident. Falls on staircases happen. There was no sign of forced entry, but the scene did not sit right. The amount of blood was extensive, far more than expected from a simple fall. The injuries to Kathleen's head were unusual. There were deep lacerations, but no skull fracture. Investigators began to wonder whether she had fallen or whether she had been attacked. Michael maintained his story. He said Kathleen had been drinking wine and slipped. He cooperated with police and allowed them full access to the house. Friends initially supported him, believing it was a terrible accident. But as the investigation continued, Michael's past began to surface. Years earlier, while living in Germany, Michael had been the last person to see a woman named Elizabeth Ratliff alive. She was found dead at the bottom of a staircase as well. At the time, her death had been ruled an accident. But the similarities were impossible to ignore. Two women connected to the same man, both found dead on staircases years apart. The case against Michael began to form slowly. Prosecutors argued that Kathleen had discovered financial issues and secrets shortly before her death, including Michael's hidden online relationships. They suggested that an argument escalated and that Kathleen was assaulted near the staircase, causing fatal injuries. Michael was arrested and charged with murder. During the trial, the prosecution focused on blood spatter evidence patterns on the walls and the sheer volume of blood at the scene. The defense argued that Kathleen's injuries were consistent with multiple falls and that blood loss can appear dramatic without blunt force trauma. The courtroom became a battleground of expert science and competing narratives. In 2003, Michael Peterson was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison. But the story did not end there. Years later, flaws were discovered in the forensic analysis used in his trial, particularly involving a state expert who had falsified credentials in multiple cases. Michael was granted a new trial. After spending years in prison, he was released on bond. In 2017, Michael entered an Alford plea. This allowed him to maintain his innocence while acknowledging that the prosecution had enough evidence to likely convict him again. He was sentenced to time served and released. The case officially closed without a clear declaration of guilt or innocence. Kathleen Peterson was remembered as disciplined, generous, and deeply loyal. She supported her family and believed in stability and honesty. Her death left behind unanswered questions that continue to divide opinion. This case remains chilling not because of certainty, but because of ambiguity. Because it shows how truth can fracture into competing versions and how narrative can be as powerful as evidence. Some crimes announce themselves clearly. Others linger quietly forever in the spaces between facts. It is a story that reminds us that justice is not always clean or satisfying, that some answers remain suspended between belief and doubt, and that sometimes the most unsettling part is not knowing exactly how a life ended, but realizing how fragile certainty itself can be.
Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who told his mistress that his wife was already dead, weeks before she actually disappeared. A story about a smiling husband who played the role of the grieving widower while knowing the truth the entire time. And about how a quiet Christmas Eve disappearance turned into one of the most infamous murder cases in American history. In December 2002, Scott Peterson lived in Modesto, California, with his wife Lacey Peterson. They had been married for 5 years. Lacey was 8 months pregnant with their first child, a son they planned to name Connor. To friends and family, their life appeared stable. Scott worked as a fertilizer salesman. Lacey was known for her warmth, her love of holidays, and her excitement about becoming a mother. But behind that image, Scott was living a secret life. Earlier that year, Scott began an affair with a woman named Amber Fry. He told her he was unmarried. As the relationship deepened, he told her he had lost his wife and that this would be his first Christmas without her. Amber believed him. She had no reason not to. Scott was attentive, charming, and convincing. He spoke about grief before there was any reason to. On the morning of December 24th, 2002, Scott told police that Lacey had planned to walk their dog while he went fishing at the Berkeley Marina. When he returned home that afternoon, he said she was gone. The dog was found wandering the neighborhood with its leash still attached. Lacey's purse, phone, and car were still at the house. There were no signs of a struggle. What should have been a joyful holiday instantly turned into a missing persons case. The community rallied around the Peterson family. Volunteers searched parks, fields, and waterways. Media coverage exploded. Lacey's face appeared on every television screen in America. Candlelight vigils were held. And through it all, Scott appeared calm, controlled, and oddly detached. Investigators quickly noticed inconsistencies. Scott's fishing trip raised questions. He had driven nearly 90 miles to fish alone on Christmas Eve, despite owning closer fishing spots. He had purchased a fishing license just days earlier. He had told no one about the trip in advance. When questioned, his answers shifted subtly but consistently. Then Amber Fry came forward. After recognizing Scott from the news, she contacted police. She told them about the affair. She revealed the conversations where Scott claimed his wife was already dead. Investigators immediately realized they were dealing with more than a missing persons case. Phone records showed Scott calling Amber repeatedly during the search for his wife. In one call, he claimed to be in Paris for New Year's Eve, while actually standing at a vigil for Lacey. Surveillance footage showed him watching news coverage of the search with detached interest. He continued his affair while presenting himself publicly as a grieving husband. As weeks passed, hope began to fade. In April 2003, the remains of a male fetus washed ashore in the San Francisco Bay. The following day, Lacey's decomposed body was found nearby. The location was less than a mile from where Scott claimed to have been fishing. The discovery shattered any remaining doubt. The autopsy revealed that Lacey had been murdered, though the exact cause of death could not be determined due to decomposition. Evidence suggested she had been killed before being placed in the water. Investigators believed Scott had weighted her body down with homemade anchors and dumped her in the bay. Scott was arrested shortly after. At the time of his arrest, he had dyed his hair, grown facial hair, and was carrying large amounts of cash, camping gear, and multiple cell phones. Prosecutors argued he was preparing to flee. Scott claimed he was going golfing and had no intention of running. The trial began in 2004 and became a media spectacle. Prosecutors painted Scott as a narcissistic man who viewed his wife and unborn child as obstacles to a new life. They presented evidence of the affair, the lies, the suspicious behavior, and the timeline that placed him exactly where the bodies were found. Amber Fry testified, playing recorded phone calls in which Scott continued lying even after Lacey's disappearance. Jurors listened as he spoke casually about the future while his wife was missing and later confirmed dead. The defense argued there was no direct evidence tying Scott to the murder. They suggested Lacey had been abducted while walking the dog. They pointed to burglaries in the neighborhood and the lack of eyewitnesses. But the circumstantial evidence was overwhelming. In November 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey's death and second-degree murder for the death of Connor. He was sentenced to death. Years later, his sentence was overturned due to jury selection issues, and it was changed to life in prison without parole. Scott Peterson remains incarcerated, continuing to maintain his innocence. For Lacey's family, no sentence could undo the loss. Lacey Peterson was remembered as a loving daughter, a devoted wife, and a woman who was eagerly preparing for motherhood. Connor never took a breath outside the womb. Their lives ended not because of violence from a stranger, but because of betrayal from someone they trusted completely. The Scott Peterson case remains one of the most debated true crime stories in modern history. Not because of mystery, but because of the unsettling reality it represents. A man who smiled for cameras. A man who played the role perfectly. And a man who, according to a jury, murdered his wife and unborn child so he could start over. It is a reminder that sometimes the most dangerous lies are told calmly, patiently, and without emotion, and that the truth often reveals itself not in one dramatic moment, but through a trail of small, deliberate choices that can no longer be ignored. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about greed, deception, and how the pursuit of wealth can twist a person's morality so completely that murder becomes just another step in a calculated plan. This is the story of H. Holmes, the man who built one of America's first known murder castles, and the crimes that would make him one of the most infamous serial killers in history. Herman Webster Mudgett, later known to the world as Dr. Henry Howard Holmes, was born on May 16, 1861, in Gilmanton, New Hampshire, into a strict religious family. His father, a well-respected farmer, was authoritarian and instilled in young Herman a fascination with control and order. Herman's early life was marked by an unusual curiosity about death and anatomy. As a child, he reportedly dissected animals and experimented with poisons, displaying a disturbing obsession with understanding how bodies worked and how they could be harmed. As he grew, Herman's intelligence became apparent. He excelled in school, particularly in science and mathematics, and gained a reputation as a prodigious student. However, those close to him noticed a darker side: manipulativeness, lying, and a lack of empathy. He was charming when it served him, persuasive when he wanted something, and capable of extreme cruelty in private. Friends recalled that even in adolescence, he had a fascination with controlling others and bending reality to suit his desires. In 1880, Herman entered the University of Michigan's medical school, studying medicine and, notably, anatomy. It was there that he further developed his knowledge of poisons, human physiology, and surgical procedures, all of which would later become tools in his crimes. While at university, he reportedly began experimenting with fraud, selling fake diplomas, and concocting elaborate schemes to deceive others. By the time he graduated, he had already learned how to use charm, intelligence, and trust as a weapon. After medical school, Holmes moved to Chicago, a booming city full of opportunity and anonymity. It was the late 1880s, and Chicago was preparing for the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition, a massive fair that would bring thousands of visitors to the city. Holmes saw the fair not as an opportunity to celebrate progress, but as a chance to exploit, manipulate, and ultimately kill. Holmes purchased a 3-story building in the Englewood neighborhood of Chicago, claiming he was opening a hotel for visitors attending the World's Fair. But this building was no ordinary hotel. He remodeled it extensively, installing hidden staircases, trapdoors, soundproof rooms, secret passages, and even a crematorium in the basement. Every architectural detail was designed to confuse, trap, and ultimately kill those who entered. The building became known as the Murder Castle, and it would soon earn a horrifying reputation. Holmes's crimes were not impulsive. They were meticulously planned. He lured young women to his hotel under the guise of employment, romance, or safe lodging. Once inside, he would isolate them in locked rooms or hidden compartments, torment them, and eventually kill them using poison, strangulation, or starvation. He used his medical knowledge to inflict precise harm and dispose of bodies in ways that made detection difficult. Many victims were cremated, dismembered, or buried in unmarked locations within the building or on nearby properties he owned. Holmes also used his crimes to facilitate financial gain. He married multiple women, often bigamously, and murdered them for life insurance payouts. He created elaborate schemes to embezzle money from hospitals, insurance companies, and businesses, using murder as a way to remove obstacles while profiting from their deaths. His charm, education, and social skills allowed him to manipulate everyone around him, from employees and tenants to business partners and romantic partners. For years, Holmes's activities went unnoticed. Chicago was a chaotic, rapidly growing city, and the transient nature of the World's Fair provided cover for his crimes. Missing persons were common, and Holmes's careful planning ensured he left little trace. Neighbors and guests often described him as polite and helpful, even philanthropic, further masking the horrors occurring behind the walls of his castle. Holmes's downfall began in 1894, when the suspicious death of his associate, Benjamin Pitzel, drew police attention. Pitzel's death was part of a larger insurance fraud scheme, but it led authorities to investigate Holmes's other activities. As investigators examined his properties, including the infamous Murder Castle, the scale of his crimes became apparent. Hidden rooms, secret passages, and evidence of dismembered bodies revealed a level of premeditation and cruelty that stunned investigators. During his trial, Holmes was charged with the murder of Benjamin Pitzel and later confessed to other killings, though historians believe the total number of victims may have been far higher. Estimates range from 27 to possibly over 200. The trial was sensationalized by the media, portraying Holmes as a cold, calculating genius capable of unimaginable evil. His ability to manipulate, charm, and deceive, even after his capture, fascinated and horrified the public. Holmes was convicted and sentenced to death. On May 7th, 1896, he was hanged in Philadelphia, bringing an end to a reign of terror that had spanned more than a decade. Yet even in death, his story became legendary, symbolizing the darkest extremes of human cunning and cruelty. The murder castle was demolished, but the legend remained, inspiring books, documentaries, and studies of criminal psychology for generations. The story of H. Holmes is not simply about murder. It is about the power of intelligence, charm, and planning when combined with moral corruption. It demonstrates how greed, obsession, and the desire for control can drive a person to exploit and destroy those around them, even while maintaining a facade of normalcy. Holmes's life is a chilling reminder that evil can hide in plain sight, that ambition without conscience can be catastrophic, and that some people are capable of calculating horrors beyond imagination. Even today, Holmes's crimes captivate and horrify because they expose a terrifying truth. The most dangerous people are not always those who are obviously violent, but those who can manipulate, deceive, and plan meticulously, hiding monstrous intentions behind the mask of everyday life. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Missouri. A woman who raised 4 children, attended church regularly, and appeared to live the life of a devoted mother and wife. Her name was Pam Hupp, and for years she existed within a routine that looked stable and familiar to everyone around her. She lived in O'Fallon, a growing suburb outside St. Louis, where streets were lined with similar houses, neighbors waved politely, and daily life moved with predictable calm. She was known as talkative, sometimes intense, but never someone people associated with violence. She drove her car to run errands, visited friends, and maintained the outward image of an ordinary suburban parent. But beneath that routine, investigators would eventually uncover a chain of events that began with a single death and slowly unraveled into one of the most disturbing and complicated criminal cases in Missouri's modern history. In December 2011, Pam Hupp's close friend, Betsy Faria, was diagnosed with terminal cancer. Betsy was married to Russ Faria, a man who cared for her during her illness. Their lives revolved around medical treatments, doctor visits, and preparing emotionally for the reality of her declining health. Pam Hupp had become closely involved in Betsy's life during this period. She drove her to appointments. She spent time at her home. She helped with errands. She appeared to be a loyal and supportive friend. On the night of December 27th, 2011, Betsy Faria was at home. Russ had left earlier to meet friends. When he returned that evening, he found Betsy dead on the floor. She had been stabbed multiple times. The crime scene was violent. There were no signs of forced entry. The home showed evidence of a struggle. Police arrived and began documenting the scene carefully. Their attention quickly turned toward Russ Faria. He was the husband. He had been present earlier in the evening. In many homicide cases, investigators first examine those closest to the victim. Russ Faria insisted he was innocent. He explained that he had been with friends during the time of the murder. Several witnesses confirmed his presence at another location. Phone records and timestamps supported his alibi. Despite this, investigators focused heavily on him. Prosecutors argued that inconsistencies in his behavior and circumstantial evidence pointed toward guilt. Pam Hupp played a significant role in the investigation. She told police that Betsy had been afraid of Russ. She claimed Betsy had expressed fear about her marriage. These statements influenced investigators' perception of the case. In 2013, Russ Faria was tried and convicted of Betsy's murder. He was sentenced to life in prison, but the story did not end there. During the investigation, detectives discovered that Betsy had changed her life insurance policy shortly before her death. Instead of naming her husband as beneficiary, she named Pam Hupp. Pam received $150,000. This fact raised serious questions. Why would Betsy name her friend instead of her husband? Why would Pam benefit financially from Betsy's death? Despite these questions, no charges were filed against Pam at the time. Then, in August 2016, another shocking event occurred. A man named Louis Gumpenberger was found dead in Pam Hupp's home. He had been shot. Pam called police and claimed he had attacked her. She told investigators that he was an intruder who intended to harm her. But as investigators examined the evidence, inconsistencies appeared. Surveillance footage and witness accounts revealed that Pam had driven to another area earlier that day. She had encountered Louis, a man with disabilities, and offered him money to participate in what she described as a television reenactment of a 911 call. She gave him written instructions. She brought him to her home. Investigators concluded that the encounter had been staged. Pam was arrested and charged with Louis Gumpenberger's murder. During interrogation and investigation, authorities began re-examining Betsy Faria's death. The financial motive, Pam's inconsistent statements, and her involvement in Louis's murder created a clear pattern. In 2019, Russ Faria's conviction was overturned after years of appeals. He was released from prison after serving nearly 6 years for a crime he did not commit. In 2021, Pam Hupp was formally charged with Betsy Faria's murder. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Pam pleaded guilty in 2023. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole. The case revealed a calculated sequence of deception. Investigators concluded that Pam had murdered Betsy to obtain the insurance money and had later murdered Louis in an attempt to create a false narrative that would protect herself from suspicion. What makes this case especially disturbing is the length of time it took for the truth to emerge. An innocent man spent years in prison while the real killer remained free. The evidence existed, but it took persistence, appeals, and new investigation to bring it fully into focus. Today, Pam Hupp remains incarcerated. The suburban home where Betsy lived has long since returned to quiet normalcy. The streets of O'Fallon remain calm, but the case stands as a reminder of how deception, financial motive, and manipulation can exist beneath ordinary lives, hidden behind familiar routines until careful investigation reveals the truth piece by piece, restoring justice years after it was first lost. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a missing woman whose husband smiled calmly at press conferences, spoke gently about faith and hope, and assured everyone that she would come home soon, while investigators quietly build a case that the man standing in front of the cameras already knew she never would. On the evening of December 23, 2009, 29-year-old Susan Powell vanished from her home in West Valley City, Utah. She was a young mother of 2 boys, Charlie and Braden, and by all accounts devoted to her children. Her husband, 33-year-old Joshua Powell, told police that she had gone missing while he had taken their sons on a late-night winter camping trip in sub-freezing temperatures. The explanation immediately raised concern. Joshua claimed that around midnight he decided to take his 2 small children, ages 4 and 2, into the Utah desert for a camping trip. He said Susan was at home asleep when he left. When he returned the next day, she was gone. Investigators struggled to reconcile that timeline. It was December. Snow covered the ground. Temperatures had dropped below freezing. The idea of spontaneously taking toddlers camping after midnight seemed illogical. Inside the Powell home, police found signs of recent cleaning. A strong chemical smell lingered. A wet spot appeared on the living room carpet as if something had been scrubbed. A fan was positioned oddly near a couch. Susan's purse, wallet, and cell phone remained inside the house. Friends and family quickly expressed fear that Susan would never voluntarily leave her children. They also revealed that the marriage had been strained for years. Susan had confided concerns about Joshua's controlling behavior and financial secrecy. She had even written emails documenting fears that if anything happened to her, Joshua should be considered responsible. As the investigation deepened, detectives examined Joshua's vehicle. They discovered traces of blood that laboratory testing later confirmed matched Susan's DNA. Cadaver dogs alerted to areas inside the house and in Joshua's van. Joshua refused to participate in formal interviews without legal representation. He maintained that he had nothing to do with Susan's disappearance. No body was ever found. Then the case took another disturbing turn. Joshua's father, Stephen Powell, became the focus of a separate criminal investigation after evidence surfaced that he had secretly recorded young girls and harbored an obsessive fixation on Susan. In 2011, Stephen was arrested and later convicted on voyeurism charges unrelated to Susan's disappearance. The broader Powell family dynamic came under intense public scrutiny. Meanwhile, Joshua fought for custody of his sons. Despite the ongoing investigation into Susan's disappearance, he was granted supervised visitation. On February 5, 2012, during one of those supervised visits at a rental home in Graham, Washington, tragedy struck. A social worker brought Charlie and Braden to the residence. When Joshua opened the door, he allowed the boys inside but blocked the social worker from entering. Moments later, he locked the door. The social worker immediately called 911 after smelling gasoline. Inside the house, Joshua attacked his sons with a hatchet before igniting an explosion using accelerants. The house erupted in flames. Firefighters later recovered the bodies of Joshua and both children inside. The deaths ended any possibility of criminal prosecution for Susan Powell's disappearance. Investigators concluded that Joshua had murdered Susan in December 2009 and disposed of her body in a remote location that has never been identified. Prosecutors stated publicly that the evidence pointed overwhelmingly to him as responsible, though he was never formally charged due to insufficient physical evidence without a body. Susan Powell's remains have never been found. The case became one of the most heartbreaking examples of how domestic violence can escalate over time, and how warning signs documented privately may not always prevent tragedy. Susan's family spent years searching the deserts of Utah and Nevada, following tips and excavating potential burial sites. Despite extensive efforts, the search continues. Charlie was 7. Braden was 5. Their deaths transformed the case from a missing persons investigation into a broader discussion about custody decisions, risk assessment, and systemic failures. The Powell home in West Valley City was eventually demolished. The rental house in Washington where the explosion occurred was reduced to ash, but the memory of what happened remains deeply embedded in both communities. What began as a puzzling disappearance on a snowy December night ended in irreversible violence 3 years later. Joshua Powell never confessed. He never revealed where Susan's body was placed, but investigators, forensic evidence, and his final actions painted a conclusion that law enforcement considers definitive. Susan Powell left behind journal entries expressing fear that something might happen to her. Years later, those words feel less like anxiety and more like a warning that came true in the quiet hours of a winter night when no one yet understood how devastating the full story would become. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young mother who vanished after a late shift at work, a disappearance that looked at first like a random abduction along a dark roadside, until investigators uncovered a calculated plan driven by obsession, jealousy, and the belief that violence could erase rejection. On October 18, 2012, 24-year-old Jessica Ridgway left school in Westminster, Colorado, and began walking home. She never arrived. Where parents realized she was missing, panic spread quickly. Westminster was considered a relatively safe suburban community. Children walked home from school every day. Search efforts began almost immediately. Volunteers canvassed neighborhoods. Police reviewed surveillance footage from nearby homes and businesses. Within days, the case drew national attention. A 10-year-old child had vanished in broad daylight. Then, on October 24th, human remains were discovered in a rural open space area not far from Jessica's neighborhood. Authorities confirmed the remains belonged to her. She had been abducted, murdered, and dismembered. The brutality stunned investigators. As detectives searched for suspects, they examined reports of suspicious activity in the area. One neighbor mentioned a teenage boy who had behaved oddly in the days following the disappearance. That tip led investigators to 17-year-old Austin Sig. Sig lived with his mother less than a mile from where Jessica was last seen. He had an intense interest in forensic science and criminal investigations. In fact, he had once told classmates he wanted to study mortuary science. But beneath that academic curiosity, investigators would later uncover something far darker. Forensic evidence connected Sig to Jessica Ridgway's death. DNA recovered from her remains matched his profile. Surveillance footage placed a vehicle linked to him near the area at the relevant time. As pressure mounted, Sig confessed to his mother. She contacted police immediately and reported her son's admission. When officers arrived, Sig provided details about the abduction and killing that had not been publicly released. Investigators later determined that Sig had acted alone. He abducted Jessica while she was walking home, transported her to his residence, and committed the crime before attempting to dispose of evidence in nearby open land. During interrogation, Sig also confessed to a prior attempted abduction of another young girl in the same area weeks earlier. That earlier victim had managed to escape, providing police with an initial but limited suspect description at the time. In 2013, Austin Sig pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and kidnapping. Because he was a juvenile at the time of the crime, the sentencing structure became complex under Colorado law. He received life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 40 years. The case devastated the Westminster community. Schools implemented new safety procedures. Parents adjusted routines. The idea that a local teenager could commit such violence forced residents to confront uncomfortable realities about proximity and unpredictability. Jessica Ridgway was remembered as energetic and kind, deeply loved by her family. Vigils drew thousands. Her parents later advocated for child safety awareness, ensuring her name would not fade into statistics. Investigators described the case as one solved through rapid community cooperation, forensic precision, and a confession that confirmed suspicions before further harm could occur. Austin Sig's interest in crime investigation had been outwardly academic, but internally it masked dangerous impulses that escalated into irreversible action. The earlier attempted abduction showed that intervention might have come sooner had there been stronger evidence at the time. The open field where Jessica was found appears quiet today, bordered by suburban homes and walking trails. It is difficult to imagine the scale of the search that once filled those same spaces with helicopters, officers, and volunteers hoping for a different outcome. The case remains a stark example of how swiftly violence can emerge within familiar surroundings, and how communities must rely on vigilance, reporting, and coordinated response to bring resolution when the unthinkable happens. Jessica Ridgway was 10 years old. Her disappearance began as a frantic search and ended with a confirmed conviction, closing the legal case, but leaving a permanent mark on the town that once believed such a crime could never happen there. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a friendship that became fatal, about jealousy that festered into violence, and about how toxic relationships can lead young people down paths from which there's no return. In the suburbs of New Jersey during the summer of 2011, two teenage girls were inseparable best friends who shared everything. Rachel Schoaf and Shalia Eddy had known each other since elementary school, forming a bond that seemed unbreakable. But when a third girl entered their friendship circle, the dynamics shifted in dangerous ways. What began as typical teenage jealousy and social drama would escalate into a crime that shocked the nation. This is the story of the elimination of Skylar Neese. On July 6, 2012, 16-year-old Skylar sneaked out of her bedroom window at midnight to meet her two best friends, Rachel and Shalia. The girls drove to a remote area in Pennsylvania where Rachel and Shalia attacked Skylar, stabbing her repeatedly and leaving her body in the woods. For 6 months, the two girls maintained their innocence, helping search for Skylar and posting tributes on social media. Their confession revealed they had ended their friend's life simply because they no longer wanted to be friends with her. Rachel Schoaf was born in 1996 in West Virginia. She grew up in a religious household where her parents were involved in their local church. Rachel was intelligent and did well in school, participating in activities and appearing to be a normal, well-adjusted teenager. But beneath the surface, she struggled with anxiety and a desperate need for approval from her peers. Shalia Eddy was also born in 1996, growing up in Morgantown, West Virginia. She came from a working-class family and was known for being outgoing and popular. Shalia was the dominant personality in her friendships, someone who liked to be in control and became upset when things did not go her way. Skylar Neese was born in 1996 to loving parents who doted on their only child. She was bright, funny, and had dreams of attending college and building a successful future. She considered Rachel and Shalia her closest friends and trusted them completely. The three girls met in elementary school and became close during their early teenage years. They spent countless hours together, having sleepovers, sharing secrets, and navigating the complicated social world of high school. But by 2012, tensions were developing in the friendship. Rachel and Shalia had become romantically involved with each other, a relationship they wanted to keep secret. Skylar knew about their relationship, and Rachel and Shalia worried she might reveal their secret. Additionally, typical teenage drama about jealousy, perceived slights, and shifting social dynamics created resentment. Rather than simply ending the friendship or accepting that they were growing apart, Rachel and Shalia began discussing a more permanent solution. They planned to eliminate Skylar, believing this would solve their problems and prevent her from revealing their secrets or causing them social difficulties. On the night of July 5th, 2012, Rachel and Shalia contacted Skylar and arranged to pick her up at midnight. Skylar sneaked out of her bedroom window, something she had done before to hang out with friends. Security cameras captured her getting into Shalia's car, with Rachel already inside. It was the last time Skylar would be seen alive. The girls drove across the state line into Pennsylvania to a remote wooded area they had selected in advance. They had brought knives and cleaning supplies, showing premeditation. Once they arrived at the isolated location, Rachel and Shalia attacked Skylar simultaneously, stabbing her repeatedly. Skylar fought for her life but was overpowered by the two attackers. After Skylar passed away, Rachel and Shalia hid her body in the woods, covering it with branches and debris. They cleaned blood from themselves and the car, disposed of evidence, and returned home. The next morning, they began acting as if nothing had happened. When Skylar's parents discovered she was missing, they immediately contacted police. Rachel and Shalia participated in the search, posting messages on social media asking for Skylar's safe return. They gave statements to police claiming they had dropped Skylar off at the end of her street after driving around for a while, and that she had gotten into another car with unknown people. For months, the investigation focused on the possibility that Skylar had run away or been abducted by strangers. But investigators became increasingly suspicious of Rachel and Shalia. Their stories had inconsistencies, and their behavior seemed wrong. Cell phone records and social media activity raised questions about their accounts of that night. The pressure of maintaining the deception wore on Rachel. She was experiencing severe anxiety and guilt. In December 2012, 6 months after the incident, Rachel broke down and confessed to her attorney and then to police. She led investigators to Skylar's body in the Pennsylvania woods and implicated Shalia as her accomplice in the planning and execution of the attack. Rachel pleaded guilty and agreed to testify against Shalia. In May 2013, Shalia was arrested and charged. Unlike Rachel, who showed remorse, Shalia maintained a defiant attitude and showed little emotion about what had happened to Skylar. Rachel Schoaf pleaded guilty to second-degree charges and was sentenced to 30 years in prison with eligibility for parole after 15 years. During her sentencing, she apologized to Skylar's family and expressed remorse for her actions. Shalia Eddy pleaded guilty to first-degree charges in January 2014 and was sentenced to life in prison with eligibility for parole after 15 years. Throughout the proceedings, she showed minimal emotion and offered no real explanation for why she had participated in ending her friend's life. The case gained national attention when Rachel's confession included the chilling statement that they had eliminated Skylar because they did not want to be friends with her anymore. This seemingly trivial motivation for such extreme violence shocked people and raised questions about teenage psychology, peer pressure, and how conflicts escalate. Skylar's parents, Dave and Mary Neese, became advocates for missing children and pushed for legislative changes. Skylar's Law was passed in West Virginia, requiring earlier activation of Amber Alerts for missing children even when there is no evidence of abduction. The case also highlighted the dark side of teenage social dynamics and how seemingly normal young people can commit terrible acts. Both Rachel and Shalia came from stable homes, had no history of serious behavioral problems, and appeared to be typical teenagers. Yet together, they planned and executed their friend's elimination over what amounted to normal friendship conflicts. Skylar Neese was 16 years old when her two best friends decided her life was worth less than their convenience. Her parents lost their only child to a crime that made no rational sense, committed by girls they had welcomed into their home countless times. The case remains a tragic reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from those we trust most, and that evil can emerge in the most unexpected places, even in the hearts of teenage girls who should have been focused on homework and dating rather than planning their friend's demise. Next story. The case was considered routine within the first hour, a quiet domestic scene with no immediate signs of forced entry, no obvious struggle, and no reason to believe that anything violent had occurred. But what made the responding officer hesitate was not what was present inside the house. It was what was missing, a detail so small it almost slipped through unnoticed. And yet it would later become the single thread that unraveled everything. It was just after sunrise on a cold morning in February 2013 in the town of Silver Lakes, a suburban community where very little ever disrupted the pattern of daily life, when a neighbor reported that the front door of a house at the end of a cul-de-sac had been left slightly open through the night, something that stood out immediately because the homeowner, a 42-year-old woman named Carla Mendez, was known for her precision and routine, the kind of person who locked everything twice and kept her life structured down to the minute. When officers entered the home, they found nothing overturned, nothing broken, and no immediate evidence of a struggle. But Carla was not there, and the absence felt wrong, not in a dramatic way, but in a quiet, unsettling way that lingered in the stillness of the house. Her phone was on the kitchen counter, fully charged, her purse was neatly placed on a chair, and her car was parked in the driveway, everything suggesting that she had not planned to go anywhere. Yet she was gone, and there was no sign of how or why. What stood out to the officer first was the kitchen sink, where a single glass sat beside the faucet, still half filled with water, something so ordinary that it would not normally attract attention. But the water had a thin layer of dust on its surface, indicating it had been sitting there undisturbed for longer than it should have been, and that meant whatever had happened, it had happened earlier than anyone initially assumed. This detail shifted the timeline back by several hours, quietly undermining the assumption that Carla had disappeared sometime during the night. As investigators began reconstructing her last known movements, they found that Carla had returned home from work at exactly 6:12 p.m., confirmed by a traffic camera 2 blocks away, and had made a short phone call at 6:25 p.m., lasting just under a minute, after which there was no further activity on her phone, no messages, no calls, nothing. Her neighbors reported no unusual noises, no visitors, nothing that would suggest a disturbance, and the neighborhood security cameras showed no vehicles entering or leaving the street after 7 p.m., creating a sealed environment where, on the surface, nothing had happened at all. But the timeline began to fracture when investigators reviewed data from a smart thermostat installed in the house, which showed a sudden manual adjustment at 9:48 p.m., raising the temperature by 3 degrees, something Carla never did manually, as she always relied on preset schedules, and more importantly, it required someone to be physically present inside the house. This suggested that someone had been there hours after her last confirmed activity, moving through the space without leaving any visible trace. The absence of forced entry now became more significant, implying that whoever entered had either been let in or already had access. Attention turned toward the people who knew Carla well, coworkers, friends, and family, but nothing immediately stood out No recent conflicts, no financial issues, no signs of distress. She lived alone, had a stable job in municipal records, and maintained a quiet, predictable lifestyle. The investigation seemed to stall until a forensic technician revisited the kitchen, focusing not on what was visible, but on what had been overlooked, specifically the glass of water. When tested, it revealed partial fingerprints that did not belong to Carla, but they were incomplete, smudged in a way that suggested they had been wiped, not carefully, but hurriedly, as if someone had attempted to remove evidence without fully understanding how to do it. This discovery shifted the case from a missing person investigation to something far more deliberate. And as the forensic team expanded their analysis, they found a second, even more subtle detail, a faint trace of cleaning solution on the countertop, inconsistent with the products Carla typically used, indicating that someone had attempted to clean a specific area, not the entire kitchen, just a small section near the sink. It was a targeted action, suggesting intent rather than panic. Investigators then revisited the timeline with this new perspective, focusing on a window between 6:30 p.m. and 10 p.m., a period that had previously seemed uneventful, and they began cross-referencing phone record from nearby cell towers, looking for devices that had connected briefly and then disappeared, and among hundreds of routine connections, one stood out. A prepaid phone that had pinged the tower near Carla's house at 9:41 p.m. remained active for approximately 12 minutes, and then went offline permanently. It had no registered owner, no prior activity in the area, and no activity afterward, a digital ghost that appeared only during the window when the thermostat had been adjusted. Tracing the origin of the phone proved difficult, but investigators managed to identify the store where it had been purchased, using security footage to isolate a single individual who had paid in cash, wearing a cap pulled low, avoiding the camera as much as possible, but not enough to completely obscure their identity. The footage was enhanced, and while the image was not clear, it provided enough detail to generate a lead. A man who had previously worked in the same municipal building as Carla, a maintenance contractor named Luis Herrera, who had left the job 6 months earlier under unclear circumstances. When questioned, Luis denied any involvement, stating that he had not seen Carla in months, and initially, there was nothing to directly contradict his statement. No physical evidence placing him at the scene, no witnesses, no clear motive. But his alibi began to weaken under scrutiny, particularly when investigators discovered that his personal phone had been turned off during the exact window when the prepaid phone had been active, something he could not adequately explain. Further investigation revealed that Luis still had access to a master key used during his time as a contractor, a detail that had not been properly documented when he left the job, and this key would have allowed him to enter Carla's home without forcing entry. The case reached a turning point when forensic analysts re-examined the cleaned area of the kitchen countertop using advanced techniques, revealing traces of blood that had been invisible to the naked eye, confirming that a violent incident had occurred in that precise location, despite the initial appearance of a calm, undisturbed environment. This evidence directly contradicted Luis's statements and provided the first concrete link between him and the crime scene. Under mounting pressure, Luis's story began to shift, small inconsistencies turning into larger contradictions, until eventually he admitted to being in the house that night, but claimed it had been an accident, an argument that escalated unexpectedly, leading to a moment of panic rather than premeditation. However, the evidence suggested otherwise. The use of a prepaid phone, the attempt to clean the scene, the manipulation of the thermostat to create a false timeline, all pointed to a level of planning that went beyond a spontaneous altercation. Carla's body was later discovered in a remote area several miles outside town, concealed in a way that indicated familiarity with the location, further linking Luis to the crime, as he had previously worked on infrastructure projects in that area. The case, which had begun as a quiet, almost invisible disappearance, transformed into a detailed reconstruction of deliberate actions, each small detail contributing to a larger picture that only became clear when viewed in its entirety. In the end, it was not a dramatic piece of evidence that solved the case, but a collection of subtle inconsistencies, a glass of water left too long, a thermostat adjusted at the wrong time, a surface cleaned just enough to raise suspicion, each one insignificant on its own, but together forming a narrative that could not be ignored, a reminder that in cases like this, the truth is often not hidden in what is obvious, but in what seems too ordinary to matter until it does.